A minor mid-course correction should be necessary to put the unmanned Mariner 6 spacecraft right on course toward Mars. The camera-carrying space probe was launched on its 226 million-mile journey last night and is scheduled to start sending back close-up pictures of Mars this summer. Meanwhile, weathermen predict partly cloudy skies over Cape Kennedy on Friday, acceptable conditions for the launch of Apollo 9. An Eastern airline... The Space Agency revealed today that all 3 Apollo 9 astronauts have developed stuffy noses and sore throats, and that their space flight, now scheduled to start Friday, may have to be postponed for a day or two. The men also are tired from their heavy training schedule. They'll undergo physical examinations again tomorrow morning, after which the decision will be made on whether to postpone the mission. On the success of Apollo 9 hangs the nation's hope of landing men on the moon this summer. For this will be the first manned test in space of this strange vehicle, which on future flights will ferry 2 astronauts from the Apollo spaceship orbiting the moon 59 miles down to the lunar surface. It looks strange, like something to step on, and indeed its space agency nickname is the Spider. But we must get used to out-of-the-world shapes like this, designed without any earthbound constraints to function solely out of this world. The LEM is not streamlined, as you see, for it operates only in space with no atmosphere to slow it or to buffet it. The surface is barely skin thick, and its structure is so delicate that a man's weight might collapse the ladder or punch holes in the sides if it were on Earth. It will be operating, though, where men weigh only 1/6 of what they do on Earth. It can't operate in Earth conditions, so it can't come back from space. On this and future missions, the astronauts must get it back to the Apollo command ship, or they can't get home. The LEM, or the lunar module, is 23 feet high. It weighs 16 tons. It's really 2 vehicles. This is the descent stage with an engine to lower the LEM to the moon's surface and to act as a launching pad for the ascent stage, this part, which with its engine will take the men back to the orbiting command ship. The 2 astronauts enter the LEM through this docking tunnel on top attached to the command ship. They ride here, in this portion, standing up, and they leave down these 9 steps to the moon for their visit there. On this trip, astronaut Rusty Schweikert will leave the LEM out of this hatch for a spacewalk and a stay on this so-called front porch. The LEM's built by Grumman Aircraft at Bethpage, Long Island. New shell for a future lunar module, up on a strange machine which does nothing but give it a good shake, jarring loose any stray rivets, bolts, or even metal dust that could cause trouble in space. And here in Grumman's clean room is a simulation of a LEM upper stage. We were given a tour of this earthbound spacecraft by Grumman's stand-in astronaut Dick Sprague.
If you want to come on in there with me, I'll show you what the LEM really looks like from the operator's standpoint.
So inside, we're going to see what the LEM on Apollo 9 really is like, what they're really going to be flying.
That's right, with a few minor differences that I'll point out.
And just crawl on in?
Go ahead. Okay, you're in the commander's position there now. You can see the main control and instrument panels here. It's something like aircraft you've seen. Now your computer keyboard is here. This you tell the computer what you want it to do, and it tells you what it wants you to do. But this is your interface with it. Normally, most of your flying is done automatically by the computer. However, you do have your flight controls there, and if you want to get a grip on each one, you can get an idea of what flying this would be like.
Now, these are the control throttles or guidance control.
Yes, Walt, what you have in your right hand here is an attitude controller. You have 6 directions of motion. The fire, the reaction control system, jets, rockets, so really, to give you the attitude you're looking for. So when he tilts it over here, it tilts to the left. Yes.
Here it tilts to the right by the firing of those reaction control engines on the exterior of the spacecraft. The astronauts will be standing up in the LEM, but will be prevented from drifting around by wires attached to their spacesuits.
And then they have hand rests and guards to position themselves. During the landing, they would have this guard on the window, for instance, so that if they were forced forward, the helmet would not strike the glass. The bar would be there. They have another handrail on the side.
These windows are canted so that they can look down at the lunar surface as they're landing in this position.
That's correct.
During the Apollo 9 mission, the most important experiment will be rendezvous and docking. The pilot of the lunar module will approach the Apollo spacecraft, sighting through a window above his head.
Well, he'll be looking at a docking target on the command module, which is a standoff T. It looks like this. And by aligning it with a painted T below the surface of it, he'll have his 3D reference. He'll come right in the chute, so to speak.
The painted T is on the command module as well?
That's right.
Did you use this gauge that's printed there in the glass?
Use this reference point right there on the docking target.
Once the rendezvous is complete, the astronauts will remove the hatch and crawl back into the Apollo command module. As Dick Sprague demonstrated, they would have a chore to do first. That funnel-shaped device he's removing is called the drogue. It's attached to the tunnel of the LEM, and during the docking procedure, it engages a probe on the Apollo capsule. The probe is then withdrawn from above, while the astronauts in the LEM remove and secure the drogue. This opens up the tunnel between the two spacecraft.
Of course, that will be a lot easier to do in the weightlessness of space. Okay. Then they're free to egress up into the command module. When they do that, they can cast the LEM off and go home.
Surgical cleanliness is to keep any foreign material out of the delicate space machine. President Nixon today
have developed colds and sore throats, which may cause a postponement of Friday's scheduled launch from Cape Kennedy. The space agency says it will decide by tomorrow morning whether to delay the mission and for how long. Although the countdown is proceeding, the crewmen are resting and are taking medication. General Motors announced...
David? The Apollo 9 astronauts, all three of them, have caught colds all at the same time. And so there might be a delay in their flight, which is now scheduled for Friday. Their symptoms sound like those so often described lovingly and meticulously on television commercials: sore throats, aches and pains, and congested nasal passages. The space agency doctor, Dr. Berry, has put them on decongestants, antihistamines, liquids, and told them to rest. Sirhan.
This is Frank McGee. The Apollo 9's rocket is due to launch 3 American astronauts and 2...
tablets or liquid. The Apollo launching scheduled tomorrow has been delayed until Monday morning because all 3 of the astronauts have head colds. The officials thought the crewmen would not be able to work at full efficiency with sore throats, runny eyes, and stopped-up noses, like the actors in the television commercials. The postponement cost $500,000, and so they might have been the most expensive head colds in the history of the world. Here's the space agency's doctor, Charles Berry.
We felt that knowing what we do about this environment, that we could almost certainly guarantee, after looking at the crew this morning, I felt the only thing I could say was that I could absolutely guarantee that we were going to have 3 sick crewmen and 5 if we launched. And that being the case, it leaves us very little choice but to say we really cannot take that risk and launch the crew when we're not trying to meet some window or something as we have been on some of the other missions. So all this emphasizes a nagging, annoying truth. Modern science can send men to the moon and back, but it cannot cure a cold in the head. The head teller in the New York bank... The launch of Apollo 9, which had been scheduled for tomorrow morning, was postponed today until Monday because the 3-man crew are tired and suffering from colds. After the decision to postpone the start of the 10-day Earth orbital mission was announced, CBS News correspondent David Shoemaker talked with Chief Astronaut Physician Dr. Charles Berry at Cape Kennedy.
Dr. Berry, your own latest medical bulletins say the astronauts are all feeling better. Why then the delay in the launch?
Okay, we're concerned about the activity to the point that we cannot have them become ill in this.
Well, Dr. Berry told Shoemaker that the astronauts' colds began to develop last Monday, but he does not question that they come from fatigue from a very difficult training program, that he'd like to see the training program stretched out a bit, and it's under consideration. The delay will enable President Nixon, who returns from Europe on Sunday, to watch the launch from the White House. And that's the way it is, Thursday, February 27th, 1969. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS
Base. The Apollo 9 space flight, originally scheduled to be launched tomorrow, has been postponed until Monday because the 3 astronauts have colds. This is the first American manned space flight ever delayed for medical reasons. Clay Shaw took the stand by the state Senate. The crewmen of the Apollo 9 are recovering from their colds. They exercised today and rehearsed for their 10-day orbit of the Earth. The launch is scheduled for Monday morning. Engineers expect to resume the preliminary countdown early tomorrow at Cape Kennedy. ABC News will televise the launching of the Apollo 9 live beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on Monday. Negro and
Commander David Scott. Parental advice today for her son who's suffering from a cold. Cover your neck and chest with camphor salve and breathe through a little flannel tent, she said. Scott and his 2 fellow astronauts are reported recovering nicely from the colds that forced postponement of their Apollo 9 launch until Monday. The astronauts also were tired from their rigorous preparations, but still did some more training today. CBS News correspondent David Shoemaker at the Florida Moonport has taken a look at the burdensome routine astronauts follow prior to launch.
Although the astronauts are always in training, in classroom and simulators, it is the last 2 months before a mission that are the toughest. The final weeks are filled with things they alone can do. They must approve every change in their spacecraft, every modification of their personal gear. They must take the flight plan and translate it into procedure. Add a second spacecraft, the lunar module in the case of Apollo 9, and their problem snowballs. The result for astronauts McDivitt, Scott, and Schweikert, an unbroken string of 18-hour days. 2 weeks ago, they admitted they weren't sure they'd be ready in time. And though exhaustion showed in their faces, they asked for extra training. Long hours were spent working out the coordination between the spacecraft command module, the LEM, and mission control. McDivitt and Schweikert in the LEM practicing the rendezvous that must work. Scott alone in the command ship, working on rescue procedures should the LEM fail. And then, after the others left, practicing the procedure no one talks about very much, re-entering by himself after assuming he has been forced to abandon his colleagues in space. Schweikert, too, was pushing himself. Besides his crew responsibilities, he has a demanding solo act, the only extravehicular activity of the Apollo program. The astronauts have found that underwater work comes closest to approximating the sensations of weightlessness, and so Schweikert has spent a number of days practicing his spacewalk in the big pool at Houston. Unlike simulating weightlessness or zero-G in an airplane, there's no time restriction underwater. Planes are still used for part of the training, but since they can maintain zero-G for no more than 30 seconds at a time, the practice must be broken into segments. So it was apparently the total of all this work, plus the late-night hours flying from coast to coast to the various training and manufacturing sites that finally wore down the crew of Apollo 9. And their physician, Dr. Charles Berry, predicts it will happen again unless there are drastic changes in what we demand of our astronauts. David Shoemaker, CBS News, Kennedy Space Center, Florida.
In an unprecedented decision, Austria's Rome.
The Apollo 9 launching is scheduled now for 11 o'clock Monday morning Eastern Time. The astronauts are recovering from their $500,000 head colds. The flight will be seen on NBC television. Ferris State College in Big Rapids, Michigan.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 38 minutes, 54 seconds, and counting. The transfer van carrying the Apollo 9 prime crew, astronauts McDivitt, Scott, and Schweikert, now has arrived at launch pad A and should be pulling up on the west side of the pad shortly. We expect the crew to be ready to board the spacecraft some 10 minutes or so from this time. Once the transfer van does stop, the 3 astronauts will get out with 2 suit technicians and board elevator number 1 from level A in the mobile launcher, a high-speed elevator that will take them to the 320-foot level here at the launch pad. The 320-foot level, of course, the location of the hatch for their Apollo 9 spacecraft. The commander, who sits in the left seat, McDivitt, and the lunar module pilot, Schweikert, who sits in the right-hand seat, along with 1 suit technician, will depart the elevator, go across the Apollo 9 access arm, swing arm number 9, and into the White Room to board the spacecraft. The commander boarding first, followed by Rusty Schweikert. In the meantime, the command module pilot, Dave Scott, who sits in the middle seat, remains on a chair in the elevator with a 2nd suit technician. He will wait until his 2 fellow crew members are aboard the spacecraft, and he is alerted by Test Supervisor Jim Harrington to also go across the swing arm and board the spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft at the present time is the backup command module pilot, astronaut Dick Gordon. Gordon has been in the spacecraft for some 15 minutes or so at this time. He is making final switch settings on the oxygen flow rates for the prime pilots when they come aboard, also setting up the cabin lights in final preparation for the flight crew arrival. The transfer van now backing up to an elevator on the west side of the launch pad. We expect the crew to be coming aboard shortly. All other aspects of the count still going well at this time at T-minus 2 hours, 36 minutes, 52 seconds, and counting. This is Launch Control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control, T-minus 2 hours, 33 minutes, 12 seconds, and counting. Commander Jim McDivitt and lunar module pilot Rusty Schweikert now going across swing arm 9, the Apollo access arm, and now have arrived in the White Room. In the meantime, the man who sits in the middle seat, astronaut Dave Scott, remaining in the elevator, which is now locked at the 320-foot level. He will remain seated in the elevator with the suit technician. The commander now in the White Room, Jim McDivitt. The pad leader has been given a go to ingress the spacecraft commander, and Jim McDivitt should be coming over the hatch here shortly, boarding the Apollo 9 spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft at the present time, the backup command module pilot, Dick Gordon, who will assist all 3 astronauts in coming aboard. McDivitt now over the sill. We have it logged at 8:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He'll be followed after he gets in on the left-hand side by the lunar module pilot, astronaut Rusty Schweikert. We'll be standing by for further reports. T-minus 2 hours, 32 minutes, and counting. This is launch control. This is Apollo Saturn. Launch control at T-minus 2 hours, 29 minutes, and counting. The Apollo 9 commander, astronaut Jim McDivitt, now aboard the Apollo 9 spacecraft. He just checked in over the comm system, and we had a report from the medical personnel that we're getting good medical readouts from the spacecraft commander. The lunar module pilot, astronaut Rusty McDivitt, the second man to come aboard, now standing by in the White Room. The third member of the crew, the man who sits in the middle seat, command module pilot Dave Scott, still seated in an elevator at the 320-foot level. He will wait there until called to the spacecraft. Astronaut McDivitt in a good mood this morning when he checked in over the comm circuit, talking to the spacecraft test conductor, Skip Chauvin. Chauvin said, "Say good morning, Jim," and the commander replied, "Good morning, Jim." We're at T-minus 2 hours, 28 minutes, and counting. This is launch control. As they observed the final moments of the count for Apollo 9. Coming up on the launch vehicle side here shortly will be one of the program computer runs, some final checks of the launch vehicle digital computer. This is a test in which we run the computer in the instrument unit of the Saturn V through its flight paces. This is, we put it in a flight mode and have it give us readouts on flight performance to make some final checks that all is also go with the guidance system aboard the Saturn V. Our countdown proceeding satisfactorily with these various events going on at the same time. The closeout crew now starting to break up the White Room. They'll be leaving the area some 10 minutes or so from this time. T-minus 1 hour, 7 minutes, 4 seconds, and counting. This is launch control. This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control at T-minus 59 minutes and counting. T-minus 59 on the Apollo 9 count. We are go for the mission at this time. Just a matter of some 2 or 3 minutes ago, the Vice President of the United States, Mr. Agnew, arrived here in the Launch Control Center. The Vice President, who of course is also Chairman of the Space Council, here to observe the final 60 minutes or so of the count for Apollo 9. When the Vice President arrived, he did meet some of the crews for the upcoming launches. The complete crew for Apollo 10, astronauts Tom Stafford, John Young, and Gene Cernan, and 2 of the members of the Apollo 11 crew, astronauts Neil Armstrong and Mike Collins. In the meantime, 3 astronauts in the Apollo 9 spacecraft, Jim McDivitt, Dave Scott, Rusty Schweickart, continuing to work on their final checks for this flight. McDivitt and Schweickart at this time performing some final checks of the stabilization and control system. In the meantime, we're starting to bring up our radio frequency and telemetry checks with the launch vehicle. All still going well at 58 minutes and counting. Our countdown picked up following a 6-hour built-in hold at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning, and has run very smoothly since that time. We've now been in progress a little more than 8 hours with the count. The first 5 hours or so of our final phases of the countdown was devoted to the propellant loading of the 3 stages of the Saturn V launch vehicle. During this period, we brought in close to 750,000 gallons of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen into the stages of the Saturn V. We now have all our propellants aboard. We have a vehicle on the pad that weighs some 6.4 million pounds. The propellants all aboard at this time, and the flight crew going through their final checks in the spacecraft. During these 8 hours or so that we've been in the final count, all aspects of the mission have gone very well. We had one questionable item, that was a regulator for helium pressure in the 3rd stage of the Saturn V. We ran several verification tests and were able to determine that a pneumatic control module in the 3rd stage is capable of performing its intended functions, and we are able to proceed. This module plays a part in preparations for the 2nd burn, particularly of the S-4B, the 3rd stage of the Saturn V. Other than that one minor aspect, which was verified by some tests during the count, all other aspects of the mission have gone very well. The prime crew for Apollo 9 was alerted in their countdown as planned at 5:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. They then went down the hall from their crew quarters at the Kennedy Space Center and had a final physical. They were declared in good physical condition and flight ready by Dr. Charles A. Berry and a team of physicians giving the final examinations. Dr. Berry commented that the throats of the astronauts really looked good this morning. Astronaut Rusty Schweickart, the lunar module pilot, did request to take a motion sickness pill, and he did take that while he was suiting up a little later in the morning. Following their medical examinations, the astronauts sat down for breakfast in the crew quarters, the usual astronaut menu on launch day of scrambled eggs, steak, toast, orange juice, and coffee. They had some 7 guests with them at breakfast. The crew then went to the suit room where they donned their space suits and then were called to the pad some 10 minutes late, as we were a little bit behind on bringing the propellants aboard. The crew departed from the crew quarters at 8:05 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning and started to board the spacecraft at 8:29. The first member of the crew across the sill was the commander, astronaut Jim McDivitt. He came across at 8:29 a.m. He was followed by the lunar module pilot, Rusty Schweickart, who sits in the right-hand seat some 5 minutes later at 8:34. And the final member, the command module pilot, Dave Scott, who sits in the center seat, came aboard at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. The backup command module pilot, astronaut Richard Gordon, was in the spacecraft during this period, aiding all 3 astronauts in coming aboard. Our countdown continuing at this time, T-minus 54 minutes, 20 seconds. The Vice President now being briefed here in the control center by Dr. Kurt Debus, who is director of the Kennedy Space Center. The Vice President accompanied by Dr. Thomas Paine, the acting administrator of NASA, Dr. Robert C. Siemens, the Secretary of the Air Force and former Deputy Administrator of the Space Agency, and astronaut Frank Borman, who was the commander for the Apollo 8 mission. Those are some of the key people in the Vice President's party. Our countdown proceeding at this time, all going well. Weather is go for the mission also. We have a forecast of overcast in the Cape Kennedy area, the Complex 39 area, but it is acceptable for launch. The hatch was closed on the Apollo 9 spacecraft at about 9:20 a.m. this morning, and our count has proceeded well since that time. We'll go on an automatic sequence in the countdown. It's about 3 minutes and 6 seconds, and from that point on down, all phases of the count will be automatic, leading up to ignition of the 5 engines in the first stage of the Saturn V space vehicle at the 8.9 second mark in the count. This will be ignition sequence start. It will take some 8 seconds or so to build up the proper thrust in those 5 engines to give us our planned 7.7 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. All engines should be running at the 2 second mark, and we should get commit and liftoff at 0 in the count. We're now at T-minus 52 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. This is launch control. Some 8 or 10 feet away. It will remain in this position until we get to the 5-minute mark in the count. In the meantime, we're arming the pyrotechnic devices aboard the spacecraft at this time, particularly the launch escape tower, which could be used during these final moments of the count once the swing arm is taken away. All aspects of the mission still going well at this time, aiming toward our planned liftoff time on the hour. T-minus 48 minutes, 18 seconds and counting. This is launch control.
Lunar module, commonly called the LEM, America's 4th manned spacecraft, following Mercury, Gemini, and its mate Apollo on the path to the moon. But this spacecraft is the first in a new generation, not designed to carry men into space, not built to return men safely to Earth. Instead, this far-fetched flying machine, so ungainly looking, will serve as a ferry boat, carrying 2 American astronauts from the Apollo mothership to a landing on the moon and back. But that historic mission, planned for midsummer, will not be flown at all unless we've proved that LEM, with man at the controls, can perform perfectly in space. Proving it is the goal of Apollo 9.
This is a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. This morning, the launch of astronauts McDivitt, Schweikert, and Scott. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the CBS News Apollo headquarters, Kennedy Space Center, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
And it's T-minus 58 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center with the Apollo 5 rocket and the Apollo 9 spacecraft atop it, waiting to go at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, with the countdown going perfectly so far. The astronauts are buttoned into the command module there atop that 363-foot-high rocket complex, ready to go on what perhaps is the most dangerous mission yet in the Apollo program, and a vital one if we are to get a man on the moon this year, as the late President Kennedy promised. The flight is to test, as we heard a moment ago, the LEM, the lunar module, which will be the craft to ferry man from the command module to the surface of the moon and back. It does not operate in an Earth environment. It operates only in space, the first true space vehicle we've ever had, therefore, and the men who ride it on this mission in Earth orbit, 150 miles or so above the Earth, must get it back to the command module after they once detach from that command ship in order to return to Earth. The major events on this mission today: the launch, of course, which is always a hair-raising part of any space mission, and then the
docking of the command ship with the lunar module, the extraction of it from its garage that is carried into space with it, the top of that spacecraft, top of the rocket, and that is the principal mission for today. And then on Wednesday, the first test of the lunar module's descent engine. On Thursday, a spacewalk by 33-year-old Rusty Schweikert, youngest member of this crew, the LEM pilot. He will take a 2-hour and 15-minute walk from the LEM back to the spacecraft, to the command ship, and then back to the LEM again. And on Friday, the LEM flies for the first time on its own. The crew, Colonel James McDivitt, U.S. Air Force, 39 years old, veteran of the Korean War and many combat flights there, the veteran of the Gemini 4 flight, when the late Ed White made his spacewalk. The command module pilot is Colonel David Scott, 36 years old, a veteran of the Gemini 8 flight, which was the only flight that had to come back and make an emergency landing in all of our 18 flights in the space program. And the lunar module pilot, a civilian, but a National Guard flyer who had some active service in the Air Force, Russell Schweikert, 33 years old. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
You know what that looks like? Some licorice sticking up in a candy store.
Looks like a porcupine to me.
It's like the inside of a telephone, and it is. The receiver.
At our Western Electric plant in Indianapolis recently, some school children watched us make new telephones for the Bell telephone companies.
Hold it and drill a hole in a plastic.
This is the way they saw it.
Out the middle. She's taking the telephones and she's putting them up to a machine, and then the extra plastic comes off, and then she puts them on the conveyor belt.
There's two conveyor belts going back and forth. One's going that way and one's going this way.
They're taking the housing out of a molding machine.
He was cutting the extra plastic off the telephones.
She's got all kinds of wires, and she has to take about a couple of every one and put them in the telephones.
You have to have everyone exactly in order, or it'll mess up the whole telephone.
She's taking the telephones and she's testing them.
Well, if the lights show up, she knows that the phone's okay.
First, they screw the dial on, then they send it on down the line, and they put the cord on, then they put the base on, then they test it, see if it works, and
then it goes to the boxing part of Western Electric.
And they send him on a, conveyor, only it's like a roller coaster. And then they go down to the basement, and then somebody puts them in a truck and takes them down to Bell Telephone Company.
Children have a way of simplifying, seeing clearly what is most important.
You have to have everyone exactly in order, or it'll mess up the whole telephone.
On our job in the Bell system, Western Electric is very careful not to mess things up.
Yeah, how about that?
It's T-minus 53 minutes and counting. There haven't been any delays in this count. There was a brief flurry of activity out on the launch pad a little earlier this morning when a helium valve that pressurizes the third stage of the spacecraft, and the booster, that is, seemed to be malfunctioning, but that was corrected in short order. It did delay the astronauts' departure from their crew quarters, however, and their ingress into the spacecraft by about 8 or 10 minutes, but apparently they've caught up the time, and the countdown is going as planned and is on time for an 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, on-time departure. The duration of this flight is to be 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes, with splashdown at about 10:15, 10:17, something like that, a week from Thursday, in the Atlantic, 185 miles southwest of Bermuda, where the helicopter carrier, the Guadalcanal, will be standing by for the recovery. You see the venting of the liquid oxygen in the spacecraft there a moment ago. That
full 363 feet, 6,600,000 pounds of it standing there. It weighs half again as much as a small destroyer. You might also note in the background a very heavy cloud cover, because that is the condition here in Florida this morning. On this coast, at any rate, the sky is supposed to be solidly overcast at around 5,000 feet at launch time, some 52 minutes from now, and that solid cloud cover is just about over us now. Winds are supposed to be from the east-southeast at 10 knots. That's not the most favorable direction, blowing back onto the Merritt Island Space Center here, but it is acceptable. Temperature around 64 degrees. None of those conditions are perfect. The visibility won't be very good on this launch from the ground, but they are acceptable conditions for launch. During this flight, there also will be a live television from space, the first test of a new Westinghouse television camera, the camera that will be used on the surface of the moon. The previous cameras we have seen, RCA cameras, which have worked so well in the past, have been supplanted now by this Westinghouse camera, which was the plan all along, a camera that can stand the long pressurization on the moon. It weighs almost twice what that former camera did. We'll have the two transmissions, one on Wednesday morning around 9:30. That will be just to the interior of the lunar landing module. And then around 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon of this week, the walk of Rusty Schweickart outside the spacecraft. Let's look at the astronaut activities as they got prepared for this flight this morning, as they awoke at 5:45 at their crew quarters some 5 miles from Launch Pad 39A. Here is the command pilot. That was not McDivitt. I thought at first it was. His hairline's very similar to McDivitt's. One of the several technicians who were at the breakfast with them. Here they are as they begin to suit up. This is Scott. This is Rusty Schweickart, the lunar module pilot. Schweickart, 33, MIT graduate. Scott is 36. This is McDivitt, the commander, 39-year-old man who is in charge of this flight and has to make the go, no-go decisions. Here they are in their spacesuits, carrying their portable air conditioner equipment as they leave the crew quarters for the special van, which takes them the 5 miles along these roads across the marshes of the Cape and Merritt Island to the launch pad. At this point, they were running about 5 to 8 minutes late because of that delay with the helium regulator I mentioned. There was some delay in getting them started from the crew quarters. The van sat there for several more minutes. Inside, they can link up with other air conditioner equipment if they desire, or stay on the portable equipment which they carry with them. The crew at the crew quarters sends them off with a good luck sign. This their last ride in a wheeled vehicle. Their next trip is going to be on top of that Saturn V with its 7.5 million pounds of thrust in the first stage. More powerful than any vehicle man has ever built. And there you get a good view of it. A little earlier this morning as the van approached, which you see there in the bottom of the picture. That structure has to hold up this whole 6.5 million
pounds of vehicle and all of its fuel. The fuel is included in that 6,600,000 pounds. The venting you see is of that liquid oxygen, which is down in the minus 200 degree range and boils off in an earth environment. As it sits there on the pad, they have to continually push more of the liquid oxygen into the vehicle because it does boil away. That's what you see, the steam vent to the liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is used as the oxidizer. Since there is no oxygen in space, and it takes oxygen to burn anything, including a rocket engine, you've got to take your oxygen along with you. So they take it along in a liquid form. The astronauts you saw just there, crossing over with the suit technicians into a elevator which takes them up to the top of the Rector base, and then over to another elevator on up the total distance of 320 feet to where their command ship rests atop the Saturn V rocket. There to the first level. If they were coming back down that way, and here you see them crossing the short catwalk from the umbilical tower and that high-speed elevator over to the White Room. Here the technicians have been working through the night, and for the last 4 hours the backup crew has been working in there testing all of the systems of the spacecraft, waiting for the prime crew, the ones that will fly today, to arrive. They are then helped into the spacecraft, and they themselves check out everything and also check the pressurization of their suits, which are pressurized in case anything should happen in space and they lost pressure in the spacecraft itself. They could still get back safely and survive the hostile environment of outer space. Nelson Benton is at the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, and I wonder, Nelson, what the mood is at Houston this morning on the moments before this crucial flight.
Walter, the atmosphere here was described in one word by Eugene Kranz, who's the flight director for Apollo 9. He called it electric. And perhaps the reason for that electricity is this thing that's standing behind me. That's the lunar module. It must behave properly on its own with 2 astronauts in it. It must behave properly with relation to the command service module, the sort of mothership for the flight. It is the trickiest mission that Apollo astronauts have tried to fly so far, indeed the trickiest mission of manned space flight. It is more difficult, officials say, than the historic moon flight of Apollo 8. And many officials here say that they would be surprised if Apollo 9 does all that it is setting out to do. The Mission Control Center, which is the nerve center for this flight, was powered up yesterday at about midday. There are more people there now than there have been for previous missions because there must be people and control consoles for the LEM and for the portable life support system, the packs that the astronauts will use while the spacecraft are depressurized. All told, there are about 30% more people in the entire Mission Control Center than there have been on previous flights. It's configured just about the same way as it will be when we make the flight to the moon. The major concern, of course, is the first 5 days in which the LEM will be worked out. That's the busy part. And then there are 5 rather uneventful days. And some say, well, why have those uneventful days? Well, Chris Kraft, who's the director of flight operations, said that anytime you put 3 men on top of a Saturn, you get all out of the flight that you can. Walter?
Nelson, we'll be coming back to you from time to time at Houston, the Manned Space Center, where, of course, the controls for this flight are. Here at the Merritt Island Space Center, the Kennedy Space Center as it's called, it's not really Cape Kennedy any longer, you know. We're back a few miles and a little north of the Cape itself. But here, they control only the launch phase, and then the control goes immediately to Houston. And Nelson will be checking in with you frequently during the next 10 days, and particularly in the next 5, as you point out, which are the crucial ones to this mission. There is a
An experiment, however, later on in the flight is going to be conducted that we'd be remiss if we didn't mention at all, because perhaps it'll have as much influence on all of our futures as anything else that takes place on this flight. And that is, in the last couple of days of the flight, some photography from orbit checking our environment. We have found that we can tell from space a great deal about this world we live in with photographs. We can tell, for instance, how crops are doing, where they're likely to fail. We can begin to see the colors change. With infrared photography, we can tell something about the temperatures of the oceans and where fish are likely to be. Tell something about anomalies, things that are going wrong with the crust of our Earth. They even believe that eventually they may be able to tell something about population with infrared photography by just the heat of the number of bodies there below. Well, a series of experiments and photographs over 2 days, the latter part of this flight, is going to add a great deal to our store of knowledge in that new science, which may have a great deal to do with all of our futures. This lunar module, which we're talking about so much today, we might explain to you just a little bit, something of it here, before we get into more detail in the flight itself. This is the service module, so-called, and the command module. We have been used to seeing fly around like this. It is this that went to the moon, that took the Apollo 8 crew, Frank Borman and his fellows, to the moon and back in Apollo 8 in December. This part detaches and comes back, the command module, which I can't seem to get loose here. I assume they'll be able to do it when they get ready to come home. The service module is jettisoned, and this command module part is that part that comes back, 12 feet high. Now, it docks with the lunar module, which is this part here, by simply slipping in with a docking collar, very much like that, and I hope also with a little more ease than I found to do it. They do have about a foot of leeway, but it's a very tight maneuver as they come in. Actually, there's a probe on the command module that goes into a funnel-like drogue, it's called, a docking ring on the lunar module. That probe fits right in. They can be 1 foot off, but not more, and still slip into a docking position. It's a pretty tricky maneuver. This is the lunar module itself. It's 22 feet high, just about evenly divided between these two. This ascent stage a little bit larger in height than the descent stage. This is actually 2 vehicles. The 2 men who go through a little tunnel down into this vehicle when they are docked stand up in it, up in the front. They stand, they do not sit down, stand in an area about the size of a couple of telephone booths, Schweikert over on the right and McDivitt over here on the left. They look out a couple of windows here and a docking window up at the top. All around here are various antennae. The radar antenna for a rendezvous, and S-band antenna for communication with Earth, hi-fi antennas and other stuck around on the outside of the lunar module. Now, this entire thing goes down to the surface of the moon, this being the descent stage. There's a little step here, a little front porch it's called, and 9 steps to the moon, which the men will descend when they get to the moon's surface. Once this engine under here has fired, and it is throttleable from 1,050 to about 9,800 pounds. That is, it can be speeded up or slowed down to settle this gently on the moon. That settles down on these, roughly 1 yard wide pads. These come out once the module has separated from its garage that takes it into space. Down on the moon, the men come out of this hatch, walk down on the moon's surface. When they get back in and ready to blast off, then this engine works in here to carry them back to the command ship circling the moon and waiting for them with 1 astronaut remaining aboard. On this particular mission, that astronaut remaining aboard is David Scott. Schweikert and McDivitt will be riding this LEM for the first time in space. This thing is not streamlined, it's not protected in any way because it's operating only in that benign atmosphere beyond the atmosphere. It's really not what we would refer to atmosphere. Out in space, where there is no oxygen, where there is no resistance to speed, where there are no winds to buffet it. It's so thin, as a matter of fact, to keep the weight down that, as McDivitt has said, he could put his foot through it if he was not
too cautious. It is surrounded by a blanket to protect it from micrometeoroids and from the extreme heat out in space. The space, you know, it gets down to 450 degrees below zero and up to 450 degrees above, depending on whether you're facing the sun or not. And so one side of this vehicle could be 450 degrees cold and the other 450 degrees hot, but it will spin to equalize those temperatures so that it won't bake on one side and freeze on the other. Let's go to the Grumman Aircraft Engineering Company out in Bethpage, Long Island, which manufactures this vehicle, and there Steve Rowan and Scott McLeod are standing by. Steve, come in.
Walter, as you say, the LEM is a completely different vehicle. It's, of course, not aerodynamically designed to fly in the atmosphere, and therefore it's kind of an ugly-looking vehicle, I suppose. Pretty to the engineers and pretty to the men who've worked with it, like Scott McLeod, Grumman's chief consulting pilot. Scotty, Walter has mentioned some of the things that the LEM must do. How does that make it different? First of all, of course, it doesn't have any streamlining outside.
Well, that's true, Steve. It doesn't require any streamlining, as Walter had mentioned. In addition, since we don't require any work in the atmosphere, we have no heat shield. The men cannot return to Earth in the LEM. They must go back to the command module first.
It's the first spacecraft with two engines, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It has, as Walter had mentioned, the throttleable descent engine and also an ascent engine.
So it's really two spacecraft in one.
Right.
And aside from that, and aside from, of course, the rendezvous radar and things it needs to get back to the command module, is it greatly different than any other spacecraft?
Well, no, it's not that different, Steve. What we've tried to do in the LEM is use everything that has been used in other spacecraft as much as possible.
This disk key, as we call it, the computer keyboard, is just about the same then as the one in the command module.
Yes, it is. All of our controls and displays, the 8-ball, our artificial horizon, and each one of the controls, as much as possible, is the same as the command module, so that when the crew comes into the LEM, they won't be going into an entirely different environment.
And, of course, the one thing that is different, Scotty, and Walter, is the fact that they don't have couches. They don't even have stools to sit on in the LEM, so they're going to have to stand up, just as we'll be standing here to help describe their activities. Walter?
Scott, welcome to our CBS News space broadcast. First ever for Scott McLeod with us on this, and we're glad to have you aboard to show us through these LEM maneuvers.
Thank you, Walter.
Scott, by the way, that business of standing up really isn't a terrible chore since you're weightless anyway, as long as you've got some restraints to keep you from floating up and hitting your head on the ceiling there, huh?
Well, that's true. You have cables similar to these, if you can see them, that attach to the suit. And in addition, there is Velcro on the bottom of your boots and on the deck of the spacecraft. So this keeps you attached fairly firmly to the spacecraft.
Is that maybe the way we're going to walk around in space passenger vehicles of the future, with that Velcro on our boots?
Well, I guess we have the alternate of either something like Velcro or an artificial gravity.
A spinning of the spacecraft to create a gravity.
Yes.
Right. Well, we'll be back frequently. Stand by. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
If you knew of a machine that stretched all the way from New England down the East Coast, a machine that connected people together east, south, north, and west, wouldn't you say it had to be the most complex machine in the world? Well, there is such a machine, and it's called the Bell Telephone Network. Western Electric people built or provided much of it. You see, Western Electric is the manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system. We make things your Bell Telephone Company and other Bell Telephone companies across the country need to bring you dependable phone service. So you can call any place you want, anytime you please, and get the one phone you want out of millions and millions of phones, and usually for small change. Western Electric. Doesn't our name have a familiar ring?
It's T-minus 32 minutes and counting here at the Kennedy Space Center for the launch of Apollo 9 and its 10-day Earth orbital mission, a highly critical one to make the schedule of landing man on the moon this year. We've been talking about how critical the lunar module is to the success of Apollo 9 and to the success of the entire Apollo program. The LEM's been in development for over 6 years now, since NASA first accepted the concept of a vehicle which would ferry astronauts between the Apollo mothership and the moon. NASA made that decision a year after work had begun on the command module, and like the command module, the LEM has had its share of growing pains, and David Shoemaker tells us about them.
Strange. It doesn't have to fly in the air, so it's not aerodynamic. And it's sort of grotesque. It looks a lot like a spider sitting there on its legs. But I think for the job that it's designed to do, it can do it.
Jim McDivitt was not always so confident. He and his fellow astronauts have watched with understandable concern as engineers tinkered with the LEM over the years, making changes to improve it and changing the improvements. Tracing the LEM from its first concept through to its present incarnation gives some idea of how radical those changes have been. Part of the problem was they had to start to work before they really knew what they needed to land on the moon. Weight has been a crucial problem all along. 1/10 of a pound saved was cause for cheers. Metal was shaved wherever possible, and in some cases shaved too closely. A fuel tank pared down to save weight finally burst and had to be redesigned again. The first LEM got all the way to the launch site only to be shipped back to the factory because of fuel line leaks. And just last month, 9 fittings on the latest LEM were replaced because of a kind of metal fatigue. The Apollo fire caused the same kind of retesting and rethinking of the LEM as it did of the main spacecraft. The interior was rechecked and then more delay as flammable material was removed, wiring redone, and fire extinguishers installed. The astronauts, too, added to the wait and the delay by insisting they wanted radar on board so they could monitor the rendezvous. The engineers got even by taking away their couches and forcing them to stand, but the astronauts didn't really mind because the trip is short after all, and besides, now they can get closer to see out the rendezvous window placed awkwardly over their heads. But the most serious problem has been with the engines. The ascent engine, in its ground checkout, developed trouble something like a knock in your car's engine. The repair bill was slightly more, though, $5 million. The descent engine has had its problems, too. It also ran rough, and then 2 of them blew up during ground tests. Finally, months behind schedule, everything was put together, and the first and only LEM to fly so far lifted off its launch pad at Cape Kennedy. There were no men aboard this one. Neither engine worked as planned, but NASA decided the engines were not at fault, blamed electronics, and called the test a success. Still, a year later, a manned LEM was not ready, and so Apollo 8 carried thousands of pounds of water and not a LEM to the moon. Seemed only fitting somehow that if there was to be a LEM simulator to teach astronauts how to fly the LEM, it should have trouble too, and it did. Or rather, they did. 2 of them crashed. No one was hurt, but officials decided that training was more dangerous than the mission and grounded the trainer. Despite its hard luck history, George Skurla, the man responsible for assembling the LEM at Cape Kennedy, is still confident.
We've had our problems, but I think they're all developmental problems, and the spacecraft is a very sophisticated spacecraft. And we had problems with LEM 1 that we solved, and the vehicle was launched and flew successfully. And we had some problems with LEM 3, and we've solved those, and we fully expect that that vehicle will fly and fly well.
And one of the 2 men who is betting his life it will also has reviewed the problems.
Now, when we started out, we, meaning the Grumman Company and NASA, to learn how to build a spacecraft like this, there were a lot of problems. We had super lightweight wiring and super lightweight everything. And there were some things that were just too super lightweight. And we made those a little heavier. But we went through the development, and we were assigned to LEM 2, saw it go through its growing pains, and we got LEM 3, and it's saw its growing pains. But we've reached a point now where I have great confidence in the spacecraft. It's nothing wrong with it. It showed itself in tests to be very reliable.
Despite the public confidence of the men who build and will fly the LEM, there will be a collective sigh of relief when this mission is over. For all the publicity of the hazards of Apollo 8's flight to the moon, it is this flight of Apollo 9 that has concerned insiders most and will really determine whether we'll be successful in our commitment to land a man on the moon before the end of the year. David Shoemaker, CBS News, Kennedy Space Center, Florida.
What's going to happen today, beyond the liftoff itself, once this spacecraft is in orbit, is this. This is what actually goes into orbit. The S-4B, the third stage of the Saturn V rocket. Once it is in orbit, on its second revolution over Australia, this spacecraft and its service module, which actually form the spacecraft, separate from the S-4B third stage. Then 4 panels do not come off like this. They blow off in space, exposing the lunar excursion module, or the lunar module it's called now. The excursion was dropped for fear it might sound like a picnic in the park or something, but the lunar module is exposed there. Then the command module is turned around and comes back and docks with the lunar module. And then later, springs eject the lunar module and push the entire spaceship and its lunar module away from the S-4B, which is then fired to go into solar orbit. Then this is the equipment with which these men will be working, experimenting on the rest of the first 5 days of this flight. We can now go out to Downey, California, where at North American Rockwell they build the spacecraft, and where Bill Stout and Leo Krupp, our Downey astronaut, can show us just what has to take place for that delicate maneuver of docking today. Bill?
Walter, you see on the nose of the spacecraft the docking ring and the probe you were talking about a few minutes ago. And here at the home of Apollo, with Leo Krupp, who is the chief Apollo research pilot for North American Rockwell, it seems the question is, what does this mission mean in terms of the spacecraft, Leo? What are we asking it to do that it hasn't been asked to do before?
Well, Bill, for the first time, we're going to actually dock with the lunar module in space. So this will be the first test of our docking system. Also, after docking with the LEM while it's in the S-4B, we will eject it for the first time, checking out the spring ejector system. Following that, we're going to do several surface propulsion burns with the lunar module attached to the nose of the command service module.
And we've never done that before.
That's right. That'll be the first time for this. We've done it in a simulator many times, but this will be the first flight test. After that will be Rusty's spacewalk, of course, to prove that we can go from one vehicle to the other via the outside route. And following that, the LEM systems check out, and the high point of the entire mission, of course, which is the separation of the lunar module in a manned configuration for the first time, where they'll fly out about 100 miles, come back in and do a LEM active rendezvous and a LEM active docking with the command service module.
How complicated is this docking, Leo?
Well, the docking really isn't too complicated. It's a lot like in-flight refueling in airplanes. On the nose of the spacecraft, we have the drogue, which is extended about 10 inches, and the pilot flies in using a target on the lunar module and a sight in his window to mate the probe and the drogue. There are 3 capture latches in the head of the probe which engage the drogue and hold the 2 vehicle in what we call the soft docking configuration. The probe and drogue are mated. However, the 2 vehicles are still about 10 inches apart. As soon as Dave Scott has his attitude all aligned, he will then throw a switch in the cockpit which energizes a nitrogen bottle and retracts the probe and pulls the 2 docking rings smartly together. This releases 12 docking latches, and the 2 vehicles are then firmly mated in a hard docking configuration.
And those 12 latches, Walter, Leo assures me, are a good bet to go all at once. I asked him whether 11 out of 12 would be a reasonable guess. He said no, 12 for sure. Certainly we're counting on it.
I believe it is true that if they don't catch, the pilots can throw them manually, can't they, Leo?
That's right, Walter. We have an indicator in the cockpit which will tell us if we have 6 of them mated or not. And regardless of what the indicator tells us, Dave Scott will remove the tunnel, go up into the tunnel area, and visually check each one of the latches. And if they're not mated automatically, he can mate them in a manual configuration.
At that altitude and that speed, they certainly better have a good catch to make sure everything goes.
What's the maximum speed tolerable there, Leo, for that docking?
Well, the limits, Walter, are from 0.1 to 1 foot per second at contact. However, in this particular docking that we're going to be doing today, the S4B will be 150,000 pounds heavier than normal since it has not done the translunar injection burn. So I'm sure Dave is going to go in very cautiously, and he'll probably dock at about 0.25 feet per second in order to keep the structural loads down, since both vehicles will be heavier than normal.
That's about equivalent of 18 hundredths of a mile per hour, I think.
That's pretty slow, but and once he gets contact, then he'll go ahead and thrust with his reaction control systems to push the probe into the drogue to make sure it doesn't bounce out.
That's
and he
so
can
slow.
hit within a foot of this funnel, and he'll go down into the hole and engage the capture latches.
That's so slow that I doubt that Bill Stout could hold his balance walking that slowly.
Well, we have Bill strapped in the seat this morning so he can't fall out.
Well, it's good to have you back with us, Leo, on the flight of Apollo 9. The weather is certainly not very good down here, but the count is going on, and there is not supposed to be any weather constraint to the flight. It's T-minus 21 minutes and counting. In our CBS News weather headquarters, weather consultant Gordon Barnes, there in New York, can perhaps tell us even more about the weather than we can tell out our window here. Gordon?
Waller, in the immediate Cape Kennedy area, the clouds are going to remain with you throughout the entire launch. There's also a light, small area of light rain and light rain showers just to the east of you over the Atlantic Ocean. There's a good chance that some of those will move in over you between 11 o'clock and 2 o'clock. But the recovery aboard Air New Bermuda is really having some rough weather. A major storm that has dumped some 4 to 25 inches of snow in the New York area during the past 24 hours is touching off rather heavy rain squall activity and rough seas in that particular portion of the recovery zone. Seas are running some 10 to 15 feet high and winds 30 to 40 miles per hour. In fact, at the next recovery aboard area in the South Atlantic, the weather is not even that much better. Skies are cloudy in that area, scattered rain showers, and seas running some 4 to 7 feet. And all I can say to you at this point is, when you come back to New York, we'll have your snow shovel waiting for you, Walter.
Are we going to be able to land there later this afternoon?
Yes, both Kennedy and LaGuardia airports are reporting fairly good conditions at this time. They have approximately 1 inch of snow on the runways, but they'll have it cleared for you later today.
Thank you, Gordon. Speaking about that weather downrange, where the USS Guadalcanal helicopter landing ship is standing by to recover the astronauts after splashdown a week from Thursday. And CBS News correspondent Murray Frompson is on board the ship to report that event. Yesterday, he sent us this report on her crew's preparations.
The Guadalcanal is a primary recovery ship, and for the past several days, we've been maneuvering southwest of Bermuda. Helicopter crews, frogmen, and medical teams have been running through a series of drills, using this model to simulate the actual recovery of Apollo 9. Those drills have been quite a challenge, conducted in choppy seas with high swells and waves, brisk winds, and some rain. One frogman lost his scuba tank, a shark had to be chased away by an alert helicopter pilot, and before this model could be retrieved, it was banged against the side of the Guadalcanal by the high waves, and the frogman had to leap clear. When the flight of Apollo 9 ends, the work of the Guadalcanal will just begin. Minutes before splashdown, the helicopters will take off and try to locate the honing signal being transmitted from the spacecraft. When they do, hopefully near this ship, the frogmen will start a series of procedures they've practiced so long to perfect. They'll put an anchor on the spacecraft, then place a flotation collar around it to prevent it from capsizing, and only then look into the welfare of the astronauts. If the team leader of the divers signals a thumbs up, that means the astronauts are safe and well. If, however, he signals a crossed wrists, that means a doctor is needed immediately from the helicopter hovering just above. But everyone here optimistically predicts a flawless recovery and the safe return of the spacecraft to this deck. Because the launch of Apollo 9 was delayed, the Guadalcanal has been forced to sail back and forth in or near the recovery area. It's a good thing the space agency isn't paying by the mile, for as it turns out, in the curious logic and bookkeeping of Washington, in effect, NASA is paying rent for this ship to the U.S. Navy. Murray Frompson, CBS News, aboard the USS Guadalcanal.
And the count is T-minus 17 minutes and 50 seconds and counting. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Your family doctor sees something unusual. He wants to check with a heart specialist 1,000 miles away. So with a medical data set made by Western Electric, your cardiogram instantly appears before the distant specialist for his analysis. Data speeds from machine to machine, and doctor talks to doctor over regular telephone lines to save time, to save lives. Western Electric makes other data phone data sets, so your Bell telephone company can serve you in other ways too, like helping banks rush data to give you faster service, helping airlines to request and confirm your reservations in seconds. Making data phone data sets to move information at the speed of light is one of Western Electric's jobs as manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system.
Back here at the Kennedy Space Center, waiting for the launch of Apollo 9, scheduled in 16 minutes from now, and the count is proceeding. A quick review. This is a 10-day Earth orbital mission around 150 miles up, the most complex mission yet planned by the space program. This to test the lunar module, the little landing craft that will take men from the command ship circling the moon down to the moon surface and back in the eventual moon landing mission. Now perhaps planned for July, if this mission goes well. If this mission does not go well, the entire moon landing program will have to be set back. The length of time depending upon the problems that develop on this particular mission. This is the first manned test of the lunar module, and once those big boosters you see there, the 5 F-1 engines at the base of the Saturn rocket boost that 6,600,000 pounds into orbit and to the 17,500 mile an hour speed it takes to balance delicately between gravity and a flight on into space. Well, they will separate, and the lunar module will be tested with man in it for the first time. It's only flown once before, unmanned, this time manned flight. And the men who will take it away from the command ship 100 miles away, and will have to bring it back because otherwise they won't make it back to Earth themselves. And on the 4th day of this mission, Rusty Schweickart will make a spacewalk, 2 hours and 15 minutes. He will leave the lunar module and as it is docked to the command ship, cross back to the command ship, climb into the hatch, and then back to the lunar module to prove, first of all, the new life support equipment he'll be wearing on his back, the life support equipment that provides oxygen and cooling water and communications equipment for the walk on the moon. And this will be the first time it will be tested by man in space. He'll also be proving out a capable emergency system that could provide for man to leave the lunar module and get back to the command ship without going through the docking tunnel between them, should that tunnel for any reason be blocked. For instance, should it be damaged in docking. The entire flight to take 9 days, 22 hours and 47 minutes, the splashdown to come a week from Thursday morning, 185 miles southwest of Bermuda. The astronauts have their own views, of course, of each of the flights in which they're assigned, and David Shoemaker in New York has talked to the astronauts, their view of this flight.
Well, their attention inevitably is focused on spacecraft commanders, McDivitt in this case, or spacewalkers like Rusty Schweickart. My own candidate, however, for critical crew member is the man on the middle couch, Dave Scott. McDivitt apparently agrees, for he's insisted that Scott perform the very first docking with the LEM so that he'll have had some practice for that just in case later, in case of an emergency when he'd have to perform it alone. Throughout rendezvous, Scott has to fly the spacecraft, track the LEM, and keep new figures in his computers in case a rescue becomes necessary. Scott also does a lot of the physical work, assembling and disassembling hatches, probes, and drogues every time his colleagues want to move back and forth between the command module and the lunar module. Finally, Scott has to be able to fly re-entry alone in the event of a major tragedy, forcing him to abandon his fellow astronauts in space. It's a lot of responsibility, but Scott is a cool customer, even by West Point standards, and Schweickart and McDivitt trust him, as they made clear in an interview.
I sure am. If I wasn't confident, we'd have Dave train more. No, I think we have a mutual confidence within the crew and the abilities of the other people, and we have the same kind of confidence in the ground in them being able to supply the spacecraft with the knowledge that they need to do the mission successfully.
Are you confident that Dave Scott can handle this by himself?
We spend a lot of time training for this, and Dave, of course, during the simulations now, we have all these failures. The LEM both spacecraft in these simulations just about fall apart at the seams, so that you're always fixing this, that, or the other thing. And as a result, when you get to the flight, it's such a pleasure because you're flying around and everything isn't going wrong, you know. And of course, that's why we simulate that way, because we're always ready to handle any of these emergencies which come up and still safely return to the command module and in the end, safely return to Earth.
Scott, this critical role of command module pilot, is 36 years old. He was born in San Antonio, Texas. Both his father and his father-in-law are retired Air Force generals. He himself was 5th in a class of 633 at West Point, and then went on to get a master's degree at MIT. He flew on the Gemini 8 mission back in March of 1966, and if you'll remember, that was the mission he was supposed to make a spacewalk on, but instead a thruster got stuck. It went into an uncontrolled tumbling, and the men had to make corrections and get themselves back safely to Earth. They did, and got right back to the impact point that they themselves had calculated and predicted out in the Pacific for the first safe return after a serious emergency in space. He has 2 children, Tracy and 7 and Douglas 5. The other men on this crew, might give you a quick personal rundown. Jim McDivitt, 39 years old, also an Air Force colonel. He was a pilot in the Korean War and test pilot, as all these fellows have been before becoming an astronaut. He went to the University of Michigan and was first in his class there. All of these fellows are extraordinary brains. And he flew on a Gemini 4 mission. He was the pilot when Ed White made his spacewalk, the first American spacewalk. He has 4 children, Michael 11, Ann 10, Patrick 8, and Kathleen 2. His parents live in Jackson, Michigan. He was born in Chicago. And the lunar module pilot, Russell Schweiker, is 33 years old. He was in the Air National Guard and served active duty with the Air Force, but he's now a civilian. He got both his bachelor's and master's of science degrees at MIT, and with a distinguished record there. This is his first space flight. And he has 5 children, Vicki 9, twins Randolph and Russell 8, Ellen 7, Diana 4. Born in Neptune, New Jersey. His folks live in Seagirt, New Jersey. Incidentally, all of the wives and children of the astronauts are in Houston, Texas, watching this flight by television, and their special public amplifier lash-up that they've got with the Space Center at Houston. We frequently talked about the dangers of space flight, and now with just 9 minutes to go to this one, we've been reminded of them more than one occasion on this flight. The astronauts, of course, more aware than we are. And earlier this month, David Shoemaker asked Apollo 9's commander, Jim McDivitt, how he assesses the risk of this flight.
Well, a lot of people have asked me about what I think of the risk on the mission. Everything one does is risky. Now, the chances of success are, between different things, are different. I think my chances of success of walking down the hall are pretty good. I think my chances of success of driving home are a little bit less than that, but pretty good. I think my chances of flying from here to the Cape or the Cape someplace else are pretty good. I think my chances of flying this mission successfully are pretty good. Now, everything is relatively a little more risky or dangerous or has a little less chance of success than the previous one. Obviously, there's not a 100% chance of this mission being successful, and we all know that. Now, what that chance is, I don't know. I'm prepared to fly the mission. I think that it will be successful. If I knew of any one reason that it wouldn't be, we'd go fix it, as I mentioned earlier. I think that we're all mentally and morally prepared to accept the challenge and go off and do it.
CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
There's one traffic network in this country where there are almost never any traffic jams. The Bell Telephone Network, with equipment made and supplied by Western Electric. Oh, the Bell System network has traffic problems, too, like over 300 million phone calls a day. But there are millions of routes to choose from, and there's switching equipment to get you through.
I'm glad I got through so fast. I'll never make that plane. You wouldn't believe this traffic, bumper to bumper.
Western Electric. We make Bell telephones. We also make equipment for the network that keeps your phone calls from getting stuck in traffic. Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System.
CBS News coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 continues after this pause for station identification.
Vitally important vehicle called the Lunar Module, or the LEM.
It's a tale of two spacecraft this morning. These two spacecraft. The Apollo itself, referred to as the gumdrop, as you said earlier, Frank, on this mission, and the lunar module called the Spider, this morning attempting its first manned flight, its second flight all told. The LEM must prove itself on this flight if we're to get to the moon this summer, or perhaps even get to the moon at all this year. Weighing 32,000 pounds, most of that weight fuel, the LEM has two main engines, a descent stage right here, which has to lower the LEM to the moon's surface with the two astronauts aboard, and an ascent stage, which separates. The descent stage stays behind on the moon as kind of a launch pad all by itself. The ascent stage takes off to bring the two astronauts back up to the Apollo command module orbiting the moon, the mothership. They transfer back to the Apollo command module for the long trip back to Earth.
Stage and instrument unit of the Saturn V. All propellant tanks in the second stage now pressurized. 35 seconds in counting. The vehicle now completely pressurized. The vents closed. We are go. 30 seconds and T-minus 25 seconds in counting. All aspects still go at this time as the computer monitors. 20 seconds. Guidance release 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3.
Director Gene Kranz taking a staging status check now. Apollo 9 is go for staging. It's 2 minutes, 15 seconds and go. Inboards out. Outboards out. S2 ignition. Thrust is go on the second stage. Downrange 70 miles now. 42 miles high. 9,300 feet per second velocity. Standing by for tower jet is now the launch escape tower. Tower jet confirmed. Guidance has been initiated on the second stage. Gene Kranz taking another status check with the controllers now.
All 9, you are go all.
This is a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. This afternoon, the separation and docking of the Apollo 9 spacecraft. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the CBS News Apollo headquarters, Kennedy Space Center, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
The launch and the first orbit and a half of Apollo 9 have been almost perfect, and the spaceship is now over Australia, approaching the east coast of Australia, and we've just been advised that already it has performed the first maneuver, a little bit ahead of schedule, apparently. It has already separated from the third stage of the rocket and has turned around and is facing back toward the third stage and the garage where the lunar module is parked, waiting docking, which is the next important maneuver, another 10 minutes away. What has happened is that the S4B, that is this large third stage, inside of it at the top is the lunar module. They have separated the command and service modules. They did that with a little 400 pounds of thrust from 4 of these 100-pound thrusters along the rim of the service module. And they just went away at, about 2/3 of a mile an hour. They drifted out 50 feet away. At that time, with their heads down about 10 degrees like this and yawed over some 15 degrees, now they have come up in a slow maneuver that took them about 45 seconds until their heads are now up and they are facing back toward the third stage. Now, in the meanwhile, we haven't had confirmation yet, waiting for it, these slaw panels, that is the spaceship lunar adapter panels, have blown away. This cover, it doesn't exactly represent it. It comes apart like a petal in 4 parts and blows away. We haven't had confirmation that has happened yet, but it will, and we hope to get that confirmation shortly. They'll station keep here about 10 to 15 minutes, 50 feet away. Now, this S4B engine may be venting a little fuel. that little bleed off may be coming out of the nozzles here in the back. And if that is the case, it is accelerating a little bit. If that's the case, David Scott, the command module pilot who is flying this ship, will actually back up so that he keeps that relative position of 50 feet. Then when he gets ready to dock, he may let the S-4B, if it is indeed accelerating, catch up with him. Or he may continue to back just enough so that their closing rate is 1/4 of a mile an hour, and you can hardly walk that slowly, until they finally get in here like this. And with a probe on the end of the command ship, he will fit that probe into a funnel-shaped drogue, it's called, on the nose of the lunar module. He has only 1 foot of tolerance, and he can't even see that position. He has to line it up with a little crossbar that is up here on the side of the lunar module with a reticle in the window of his command ship. Then he'll bring that in at that 1/4 of a mile an hour, very gently. It can't stand a great deal more than that. A very delicate thing this lunar module is, and he will dock with it. Then they will stay in that position for some time, testing the dynamics of the situation until finally springs are ejected here on a command from the command ship, and the whole thing is withdrawn from the S-4B third stage, which can then go on its way eventually into an orbit around the sun. That's the maneuver they're performing this afternoon at this point. Let's look back at our animation of this event now to give you another view of how that all works, and then we'll be listening in to Mission Control as the spaceship gets over the command stations in the Pacific and we hear the actual maneuver. This is the entire third stage, and this is the separation. The slaw, as it's called, the panels fall away, and the command module attached to the service module, which contains all of its propulsion and life support equipment, or most of it, pulls away. It gets out there about 50 feet, and then we'll turn around. That's a comparatively slow maneuver, the turnaround. It takes them 45 seconds to go through the entire 180 degrees. In other words, if that were the end of a second hand on a watch, it would take it a minute and a half to make 1 revolution. And then they finally come up, heads up, facing back toward the third stage and looking right down into that docking collar of the lunar module. If you've been with us earlier today, that spectacular launch of the Apollo 9, you would have heard the earlier descriptions of the fact that this lunar module experiment is the reason for Apollo 9. When they withdraw that lunar module from the third stage and get out flying it alone, they're on the way toward testing the equipment we're going to have to use to get a man onto the surface of the moon and back later this summer. We expect an announcement here from Mission Control and ought to be able to hear, we hope, some of the communication from the spacecraft, which has been quite good. Let's listen in.
Hawaii has acquisition now. We'll stand by.
And Apollo 9, this is Houston. We should have you through Hawaii. Standing by. Roger.
The voice you'll be hearing from Houston is that of Major Stu Rosa, an astronaut, a member of the Apollo 9 support crew. And which voice we hear from the spacecraft will depend on the maneuver at the moment. The maneuver is being performed by the command module pilot, David Scott, the 36-year-old Air Force colonel. He's flying this mission to give himself plenty of practice with this docking maneuver, because he's going to be the only man in the command module after Commander McDivitt and lunar module pilot Schweikert
take off in the lunar module for their 6-hour flight, in effect circling the command ship, which keeps on a steady course. They circle it up to 100 miles away and eventually come back and dock again. And Scott will have to be doing that docking maneuver, which will be critical to the safety of all three astronauts, and particularly Schweikert and McDivitt. They want to give him a lot of practice at docking. These circumstances, which cannot be duplicated on Earth in any kind of training maneuver, because we can't duplicate weightlessness on Earth. Despite the hundreds of hours these men have spent in simulators, it's a little bit different once you're circling the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour, 118 miles high, and in a weightless condition. While we're waiting for further communication from the spacecraft over Hawaii, CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
"461 individual, separate, distinct parts. They don't mean much to you yet. In fact, not until Western Electric puts them together. Precisely, efficiently. Then all 461 parts turn into a Bell telephone so that you can dial almost anywhere. To help you keep in touch, Western Electric backs up your Bell telephone company by making dependable phones and things that connect them. Does our name ring a bell? Yes, millions of them.
We haven't heard anything yet relayed through the Hawaiian station to Houston. The vast and complicated communications network of NASA operates in such a fashion that the ground stations spotted at the proper places around the globe take the communication directly from the spaceship and then relay it almost instantaneously to Houston, so that the capsule communicator, so-called, an astronaut on the desk at the Mission Control Center in Houston, is speaking directly to the spaceship through a relay on the ground elsewhere. This ground relay is Hawaii, and we've had no communication at all. The earlier communication, however, as the spaceship was over the tracking station Huntsville, a ship 1,000 miles south of Fiji in the Pacific Ocean, was that they had already separated from the S4B third stage, as we reported, had turned around and were looking back at the LEM. The docking maneuver should be taking place now, in that they should be beginning the very slow approach to the LEM. At this point, the LEM is passive. That is, it and the S4B are simply maintaining their position, except for that slight acceleration due to venting, which we mentioned a moment ago. The command ship is the active ship. It is approaching to make the rendezvous. Now, later on in the mission, on the fifth day, the critical fifth day, when Schweikert and McDivitt cast off from the mothership and make that long trip out into space, testing for the first time of this very delicate, spider-like flying machine called the LEM, they are going to be the active rendezvous ship. That is, they will come back and have to make the rendezvous with the command or mothership, which will remain steady in orbit. That's the same way that it'll be done when we send men to the surface of the moon and back. Throughout that mission, however, Scott, flying the command ship alone in it, must keep track of every part of the maneuver, follow it very carefully, and be prepared at any moment to do what is called a mirror image maneuver, a mirror maneuver, which would be the same maneuver that the LEM is scheduled to do, but in reverse, so that he could become the active ship and go after and capture and hopefully dock with the LEM.
if the LEM had a malfunction that made that necessary, the problems on Scott's shoulders would be immense. If he could achieve docking...
Control at 2 hours, 57 minutes. The Redstone has acquired Apollo 9 now. There's been no air-to-ground conversation as the crew is busy station keeping and visually inspecting the lunar module and the SLA. We'll continue to stand by for any conversation.
That is Jack Riley at Mission Control in Houston. Sounds very much like Paul Haney, who was the voice on every one of these missions from Mission Control through Gemini and the early Apollos. Paul Haney took this mission off from the voice job to supervise, as he said, but also to get a chance to watch for the first time live a launch, which he watched from the Space Center here today, and he'll be the voice again on 10 and 11. As we were saying a moment ago, if the command ship has to be the active participant in making the rendezvous later on the 5th day of the mission, Scott will have quite a job.
9 Houston, we've got you through the Redstone, standing by.
Roger. Roger, Houston, we're about 25 feet now on the closing point.
Copy.
They said they're 25 feet away. That means they've closed half the distance of the 50 feet that they originally were scheduled to separate.
Apollo 9 is free to dock whenever the crew feels like they want to. They will not have to await a go from the ground. Flight plan schedule shows it about 3 hours over California, but the crew is free to dock when they desire to.
The crew apparently separated before they had their schedule called for them to by almost 5 minutes. The ground seemed to be quite surprised when they called up to apparently update data and to get set for the separation and the turnaround, and they were told that the spaceship already had separated and turned around. But now they're perhaps going to take a little more time with the docking. They have closed about half the distance, have another 25 feet to go at around 25 hundredths of a foot per second, which quickly translates into 100 seconds by my amazing mathematical mind. Probably turns out to be wrong. We're keeping an ear cocked here for further word. That is a excellent representation of the target that Scott is now aiming at. That black crossbar you see right in the middle of the representation of the LEM surface. He is getting that crossbar aligned with a position on a reticle etched into the glass of his docking window. And by keeping those lined up, he moves in and edges in. He cannot see the actual nose, the docking probe, or the drogue on the LEM. This picture is of the mock-up of the spacecraft and the LEM out at North American Rockwell at Downey. Terry Drinkwater is out there with Leo Krupp, the North American astronaut engineer, in our mock-up spacecraft. Terry, maybe you could tell us what they're doing right at the moment.
Yes, Walter, this is the view from the LEM, isn't it, Leo?
That's right.
Well, we have as great a silence from Terry Drinkwater, and Leo is from McDivitt, Schweikert, and Collins.
Walter, do you read us now?
Oh, no I do. Sorry.
My fault, wrong button push.
Inside here, we are looking out towards the LEM as we approach. Leo, what's exactly happening at this point?
Well, I assume Dave is station keeping and trying to get his translational errors nulled out on the standoff cross.
Excuse me, gentlemen. We just...
Apollo 9, this is Houston. Understand you got a master alarm just as you docked, and I didn't copy about the RCS. Right.
Transmission's a little garbled, but they did say we are docked at 3:02:08 into the mission. 2 minutes and 8 seconds after 3 hours. They also said they got a master alarm in their sensing equipment as they docked. They're reading that out now. They had said earlier they were getting out. They had said earlier they were getting some false signals on that master alarm, however, and it may be meaningless. This shows the docking procedure that took place just a minute and a half ago as that probe went into the drobe and 3 small latches clamped it into a position just 10 inches away. It's called soft docking. Now they'll fire that nitrogen bottle that Leo told us about a little earlier. That will pull them together and seal them so that they can equalize the pressure between the 2 spacecraft and then open up between the 2 of them. And later in the mission, 2 of the astronauts, McDivitt and Schweikert, can crawl through that tunnel into the LEM. Leo, as we
await more word from the spacecraft itself. We'll keep our ears tuned for further communications with it. Go ahead and tell us what has just transpired there.
Well, Walter, I imagine Dave was trying to get his translational errors nulled out and get that standoff cross exactly superimposed on the back cross. When he did that, he maneuvered his vehicle to put his sight reticle in the window on the target, and then he drove in to make the docking. And evidently, he had a satisfactory docking. He did report a master alarm, but we'll have to wait more information on that, I presume. Now,
What does that, Leo, what does a master alarm mean? Does that mean that any single thing could malfunction, or does it mean it's a critical malfunction, or what?
well, we have a system in the vehicle, Walter, where we monitor numerous parameters of all the systems. And if any of these parameters go out of limits, it triggers a master alarm, which lights a red light on the pilot's panel right here, and also gives him a tone in his ear, which alerts him to the fact that something has gone wrong. He then goes up to this panel in the center, and that will pinpoint where the problem lies, which system is malfunctioned. Now, at the same time, NASA is receiving all of these parameters plus a lot more on telemetry. So the NASA is probably right now analyzing what caused the master alarm, and I'm sure they'll be coming back and telling us what the problem is.
Thank you, Leo. We're going back and listen to this communication for the ship. With tremendous perspicacity and amazing timing, I managed to do that just as the transmission quit.
Package tip on the quad A is running about 200. What do you have down there?
Stand by, Apollo 9. Let's check it.
What we did hear just a moment ago is the angles looked just right of the docking, and the ground said it looks okay to us. With tremendous perspicacity and amazing timing, I managed to do that just as the transmission quit.
Package tip on the quad A is running about 200. What do you have down there?
Stand by, Apollo 9. Let's check it.
What we did hear just a moment ago is the angles looked just right of the docking, and the ground said it looks okay to us. There doesn't seem to be any concern about this master control problem. The docking seems to have gone well. We wait for further transmission from the spaceship. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Forget everything you've ever known about size. Forget that an inch exists. We're taking you into a world where a speck of dust is a boulder, and a human hair a rod. It's a sub-miniature world that we're working in now at Western Electric and Bell Telephone Laboratories. A world of complex electronic circuits, some so tiny they can pass through the eye of a needle. At Western Electric, research engineers are finding new ways to make, test, and assemble these circuits. We'll be making them by the millions for new phones and equipment Bell telephone companies will use to serve you. This is the kind of thing we do at Western Electric, finding new and better ways to make the things your phone calls are made of.
Let's listen to a transmission from the Apollo 9.
Latches worked just right. There were no oscillations after we captured. We lined it up and did the retract, and it took about 10 seconds, and it sounded like we got a good solid lock.
Roger, Apollo 9. Copied all that real good.
They were reporting from the spaceship that they had a malfunction
unexplained as to why in the reaction control system thrusters on the command module, that would be these little quads here, they're called. If I could see that on the air here, there, or here you can even see it on the larger model over here to my right. This is the command module in the docked configuration as it is now, with the ascent stage of the LEM and the descent stage of the LEM. And these things out here are the so-called quads. That is, there are 4 thrusters of 100 pounds each that control attitude and can be used for maneuvering, of course, are used for maneuvering of the spacecraft. 2 of those quads did not work at one point in their maneuver as they were coming back into dock, and gave them apparently a moment or two problem. They must have mastered it because they have gotten in, they have docked, and they say they are locked in with the LEM at this time. Whether that means that a complete hard dock, that is the full lock of all 16 of the locks which hold the 2 together and eventually pull them into where they can be pressurized and the pressure equalized and the tunnel opened, I'm not exactly clear yet. We haven't had that clarified by mission control or by the transmission from the spaceship. But all seems to be going well. They said...
9, this is Houston. We'll have another state vector for you over Bermuda. Roger.
They are now over the United States on the end of the...
Overhead about this time, Apollo 9, you ought to be over Texas. Roger.
They're over Texas on this particular orbit, around 150 miles north of Houston, I believe. This particular pass. This is the end of the second revolution of this flight that will keep them in orbit, if all goes as according to plan, for 10 full days. The critical times come, well, they're coming now with this first docking, and then tomorrow with the test firing of the service propulsion system engine of the command service module here. This engine, 20,500 pounds of thrust to test the dynamics of the 3 spacecraft linked together in this fashion. 3 of those tests tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, the 2 astronauts climb into the LEM for the first test of the LEM, firing up its engine. On Thursday, Schweikert makes a spacewalk. He comes out of the small hatch down here in the front of the LEM and walks back up in here and over to the hatch on the command module, down into that hatch, standing up in the seat, then back on a 2 hour and 15-minute walk and back into the LEM. And on Friday, the maneuvers in which they separate and go into their maneuver and have to re-rendezvous. We'll be back with all of the details, of course, of this flight of Apollo 9 as they occur. This is Walter Cronkite at the CBS News Apollo Center, Kennedy Space Center, Florida.
This has been a CBS News special report, The Flight of Apollo 9, brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system as part of their continuing coverage of important news events. Next Apollo update later today on the CBS Evening News. This is CBS.
The gumdrop, slang for this Apollo 9 command and service module. The Spider, for rather obvious reasons, the nickname for this lunar module, the strangest spaceship of all, and the one this Apollo 9 flight is all about. Let's go back a few hours to the events leading up to this piggyback launch of 2 spacecraft aboard a single Saturn V rocket. That spacecraft Commander McDivitt at breakfast with his crew, the standard pre-launch fare of steak and scrambled eggs. Suiting up, Rusty Schweikert, looking like a cheerful astronaut on this delayed launch day. Command Module Pilot Scott, Lonesome Dave, who stays behind when the others transfer to the LEM. The astronauts were a few minutes late getting out to the van, but that's the only event that was off schedule this morning, unless you count the rocket, which left the pad just 62 ten-thousandths of a second after it was supposed to. The last man over the catwalk to Apollo was Dave Scott. He flies the middle couch and has to wait till his side men settle in. Our last look for a while at the men of Apollo 9 just before the hatch swung to, and we waited for the spectacle now familiar, still awesome, of a Saturn V launch.
Swap them, strike the other one completely.
I didn't realize I didn't.
And then I would refer to this model at the point an orbit and a half later, because that's what we're going to see in the animation.
No real motivation to go to that, is there? Orbit and a half later came the first critical maneuver. Really
It's
doesn't.
wrong. It's all right. As soon as we set this piece, I'll move. How's that?
That antenna broke off and just turned
That's all right.
so you can't see that side.
Yeah, just a second. We've got to do a little hiding. You up to speed? Stand by, please. Quiet. Can we go anything?
It was not a perfect launch. A helium gauge in the cabin malfunction, giving a false reading of no pressure. More seriously, the onboard computer apparently started late and gave an inaccurate plot of the orbit, which ground track showed about perfect. The computer had to be corrected from the ground, and it remains under scrutiny. An orbit and a half later came the first critical maneuver. The astronauts had to rendezvous and dock with the LEM. Now, am I on camera through all of this now?
That's right.
Well, I may point out those thrusters now.
With the models, right.
Yeah. Yeah. Ready to go?
Yes.
Small nagging troubles continue to crop up. A temperature too high in one of these thrusters, a pair of thrusters that temporarily wouldn't thrust. Later, pilot Scott triggered the springs that gently nudged both spaceships away from that Saturn third stage, all of this. Tonight, they're floating out there together, Gumdrop and Spider, beginning a series of ticklish maneuvers to see just how these two spaceships perform as one. First, the big engine here of the command module will shove the docked ships around. The astronauts even plan to sort of wiggle them a bit by swiveling the engine to check their dynamics together here. And later, when McDivitt and Schweikert board the lunar module here, they'll use its descent engine down in there to see what happens when you shove the other way. LEM, of course, is the immensely complicated new ship that must prove out on this week if Americans are to land on the moon this summer. To give you some idea of the painstaking process of wringing out the LEM, not until Wednesday will the astronauts actually make that transfer through the docking tunnel here and into their fragile moonship. Then on Thursday, Rusty Schweikert will spacewalk between the two ships coming up around here while they're still moored together, of course. Then not until Friday, the 5th day of flight, will the astronauts be ready to undock the LEM and actually fly it on its own in a great oval 100 miles from the command module, the Gumdrop, to which they must safely return, for if it is the only machine up there. Oh, heck, I'm sorry. Let's take this again. Are you still rolling?
Yes, sir.
All right, a second take on this. Small nagging troubles continue to crop up. Temperature too high in one of these thrusters and a pair of the thrusters that temporarily wouldn't thrust at all. Later, pilot Scott triggered the springs that gently nudged both of the spaceships away from that Saturn third stage. Tonight, they're floating out there together, Gumdrop and Spider, beginning a series of ticklish maneuvers to see just how these two spaceships perform as one. First, that big engine aboard the command service module will shove the docked ships around. The astronauts even plan to swivel that engine and wiggle them around a bit to see how they work in that configuration. And later, when McDivitt and Schweikert board the lunar module, they'll use its descent engine down in here to see what happens when you shove the other way in this docked configuration here. The LEM, of course, is this immensely complicated new ship that has to prove out to this week if Americans are to land on the moon this summer. To give you some idea of the painstaking process of wringing out the LEM, not until Wednesday will the astronauts actually make that transfer through the docking tunnel in here down into their fragile moon ship. Then on Thursday, Rusty Schweikert will spacewalk between the two ships, but they'll still be moored together. Not until Friday, the 5th day of flight, will the astronauts be ready to undock the LEM and to actually fly it on its own in a great oval 100 miles at its maximum from the command module, the gumdrop to which they must safely return, for it's the only machine up there that's capable of getting the men of Apollo 9 back to Earth once more. Harry?
Does Freddie have to feed them some pictures?
This is a CBS News special report. We're testing. Okay.
And that quad A temp has dropped about 8 degrees now and coming across the states, and we're keeping an eye on it.
Okay, stand by, we're briefing.
Questa è la voce dell'America. Okay. This is a CBS News special report, the flight of Apollo 9. Testing. Is that okay? Say when. I'll take a break in between the opening and the close, right? This is a CBS News special report, the flight of Apollo 9. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the Kennedy Space Center, correspondent Walter Cronkite. Now, wait a minute. Is he going to be at the Kennedy Space Center? Uh-huh. Where will he be? Yeah, okay. All right, so I'll... You can erase that, right? This is a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Now here's the close. This has been a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. You want me to put a system cue at the... You want me to do... Need it?
Now, here is Frank Reynolds.
Good evening. The Apollo 9 astronauts are orbiting the Earth tonight after a perfect launch from Cape Kennedy this morning. This afternoon, in a delicate and very important maneuver, the astronauts docked with their lunar module. Secretary of State Rogers said today, from the moment the Apollo 9 astronauts left their quarters for the launch pad early this morning, everything went smoothly and on schedule. For a report on America's most complex space mission to date, here is ABC science editor Jules Bergman at Cape Kennedy.
If all of Apollo 9 goes as well as today's liftoff, America stands an excellent chance of landing men on the moon by this summer. After being delayed 3 days by the colds of astronauts Jim McDivitt, Dave Scott, and Rusty Schweickart, today's countdown was flawless. And precisely at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, the huge Saturn V spewed flame and thundered into life.
10, 9, we have ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3. All engines commit. Liftoff. We have Eastern Standard Time.
As the roar of the Saturn V shook the Cape, the rocket disappeared into heavy clouds, then emerged, burning beautifully, to be picked up by the telescopic lenses aboard the Air Force's jet tracking plane, flying 8 miles over the Atlantic. All stages burned perfectly, putting Apollo 9 and the lunar module on its very first test flight into an orbit 119 miles high. A gauge failure and a late clock start, throwing off the onboard computer, were temporary worries. But the computer proved to be all right, and Apollo 9 was cleared to orbit on, beginning its very complex 10-day flight. 3 hours after liftoff, Apollo 9 separated from its third stage S-4B rocket, and astronauts McDivitt, Scott, and Schweikert went to work. First, they turned the Apollo command module around, and then began moving in to link up with the lunar module, still attached to the third stage rocket. After checking everything closely, they docked with the lunar module, then extracted it or pulled it away from the rocket stage. That critical maneuver was the very first step in the testing out of the lunar module, or LM, the major goal of Apollo 9. Tomorrow, McDivitt and Schweikert crawl into the LEM through a tunnel connecting the two spacecraft, and then Thursday, Schweikert performs a 2-hour spacewalk. Then they'll separate from the LEM, pull 100 miles away, and rendezvous and dock using the LEM's engines. Apollo 9, a critical flight telling America just when we'll get to the moon. And it's off to a good start. This is Jules Bergman, ABC, reporting from Cape Kennedy.
After the launch today, President Nixon said the flight of Apollo 9 can serve to bring humanity closer by dramatically showing what men can do when they bring to any task the best of man's mind and heart. Just prior to the launch this morning, the President made a telephone call to Mrs. McDivitt and told her, "We have great admiration for you and your husband." He also asked Mrs. McDivitt to convey his best wishes to Mrs. Scott.
Headquarters in New York. You'd think that anyone having chocolate brownies, applesauce, and orange drink for breakfast was bound to have a bad day. But things have been going very well for astronauts Scott. You'd think that anyone having chocolate brownies, applesauce, and orange drink for breakfast was bound to have a bad day. But things have been going very well for astronauts Scott. The only thing bothering him was all the oxygen hoses in the cockpit.
Hey, Smokey. Go. Have you ever been attacked by a band of wild elephants? Negative. You ought to see what it looks like in here with these 6 big black hoses. Right, copy. Do you ever dream about octopuses?
Despite Scott's dreams, the astronauts slept well overnight. 3 times today, they burned their main spacecraft engine to test control of the combined vehicles. The astronauts said it went more smoothly than in their ground simulators. At the moment, the only cloud on the horizon seems to be on 2 of the spacecraft windows. The same fogging experienced on earlier flights now noticed on the rendezvous window, the one they must see out of for their link-up Friday. For now, at least, no one seems too worried. David Shoemaker, CBS News, Space Headquarters, New York. The astronauts may have slept well, but not without interruption. They complained about extraneous radio signals over their headsets during the night, perhaps coming from an Air Force ground control tower somewhere in Vietnam. Incidentally, the space agency said today that it is considering having future astronauts mount a television camera on the moon. So
the Apollo 9 astronauts this evening are orbiting the Earth smoothly through the second day of their 10-day mission. It's been a busy day. The command module and the lunar landing craft remain linked, and there has been a successful test establishing that they can stay linked under stress. In a word, the Apollo 9 mission remains go. Radio Peking prepare for the first manned tests with the moon module tomorrow. Details now from ABC Science Editor Jules Bergman.
Astronauts Jim McDivitt, Dave Scott, and Rusty Schweikert, flying the world's largest and heaviest spacecraft, today fired themselves into a higher orbit and fishtailed Apollo and the lunar module through space to see how firmly they were docked. Early today, after all three astronauts had slept soundly for more than 9 hours, they fired up Apollo's big onboard engine for the second time. Twice more they fired up the engine, raising their orbit and wagging the two spacecraft together to see how they handled. Tomorrow morning, as in this animation, McDivitt and Schweikert will crawl through the tunnel joining the two spacecraft to begin checking out the lunar bug before Schweikert performs his 2-hour spacewalk and the LM attempts to rendezvous and dock with Apollo Thursday and Friday. They'll be doing this in Earth orbit, of course, not as depicted here around the moon. A second goal in today's engine burns was to lighten the weight of the command module in case it has to rescue the LEM. The two spacecraft together are more than 58 feet long and weigh more than 35 tons. With the exception of a few minor glitches and some window fogging, all systems aboard Apollo 9 are working perfectly. The path now seems to be clear for the first docking of two U.S. manned spacecraft. Tomorrow morning, the first live television from the lunar module. This is Jules Bergman reporting.
Paul Haney of the Space Agency said today that sometime in the future, astronauts may mount a television camera on the moon. That, of course, would enable us to see a blast-off back toward Earth. ABC will televise tomorrow's broadcast from Apollo 9 live, beginning at about 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
Reporting from
results you can see within 3 weeks, or you'll get your money back.
I don't want to.
News Apollo headquarters in New York, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
First major test of the lunar module and the engine which will eventually lower man onto the moon, perhaps as early as the middle of this summer. The test has gone quite successfully. Everything is fine aboard the Apollo 9. We can take a look at what this maneuver was through our simulation as we listen to the voices of the astronauts aboard the lunar module. That is Rusty Schweikert and Jim McDivitt. Aboard the command ship, still locked to the LEM, is David Scott.
Okay, there's ignition. Oh, finally up to 40%, Dave. It's 40%. Good. Okay, stand by for the auto throttle. Descend right light now. Going down. Pressure's going down. Here comes the throttle up. Okay, the pressure dropped down to about 190 there, Houston.
Roger, we copied it, Spider.
We're full throttle and two areas are practically nil, Davey. Okay, looks pretty good over here, too.
Yeah, just a slightest transient.
Okay, your HP is 109 and holding.
Roger. We've got 440 to go.
I got 443.
I'm pulling 8/10 of the lunar G in case you're interested. We're starting to get a little excursion in my yaw.
Roger, covered. Might drop the tail end here.
We just threw a big hump down at the ground there. There goes another hump.
Yeah, I saw a few pieces go too. Yeah, I got 405.
Roger, so do we. And the pings and the ags are counting down right together.
Okay, 109.3 on the HP.
Roger.
It is a mark of the smoothness of this first major test of the lunar module descent engine that even as the burn was taking place, and it lasted over 6 minutes, considerably increasing the speed of the spacecraft by 1,165 miles an hour and actually changing its orbital plane. But right in the middle of that, Commander Jim McDivitt said, "Boy, am I hungry." And even later on, he complained again about his extreme hunger. He said that he was about to starve up there, and that just as soon as this part of the operation was over, he was going to take some time out and have a meal, one of the prepared meals that they carry aboard, of course. What was happening there, as you saw, to repeat again, was the first test of this throttleable the engine on the descent stage, which will eventually lower man from the command ship 59 miles down to the surface of the Earth. The engine works from 1,000-pound thrust up to 9,500 pounds of thrust, and today, as you heard, they were throttling it up through 10% and up into 40% of its maximum power to boost the spacecraft into an orbit some 360 miles east of the orbit it had previously been in. They're at an altitude between 132 at the low point and 310 miles high. As that burn, as the firing of the engines is called, continued, it went perfectly successfully, and right at the end of the maneuver, ground control called up and said, "It's a beautiful burn. You are right down the tube." And David Scott said from the command ship, "It looked good up here," and from the LEM, the similar words of encouragement that this first test of the engine had gone exceedingly well. One small cloud on the horizon. Schweikert earlier today had a little nausea, some space sickness of some kind, motion sickness perhaps, at any rate a nausea that they are now studying, and if he does not have any further recurrence of that, the mission will go on as planned. If he does, there may be some change in the plan for his spacewalk scheduled for tomorrow. Now let's go out to Grumman Aircraft on Long Island, where Steve Rowan and Scott McLeod are standing by to show us what transpired this morning in this maneuver.
Walter, no one more interested, of course, than the folks here at Grumman who build the LEM in that burn. And Scotty McLeod, perhaps you can show us just how the burn went. It was both manually and automatically controlled, correct?
Yes, it was, Steve. They start the burn by entering the requirements into the computer that you see here in front. Then, when the engine has started and gets up to about 10%, the commander would use his thrust controller over my left side, very similar to the one you have there, and he would increase, after a short period of time, the thrust level to about 40% manually. Then he stands by and holds 40%, and the computer catches up to him, goes on to 100% burn. Then he brings it back down in the neighborhood of 40% again. And the control is passed back and forth so that they can exercise both the automatic control of the burn and the manual control of the burn.
Scotty, why do you start at 10% with a descent stage engine burn?
Well, we have a gimbaled engine in the descent engine, and if it's possibly off-center when they are initializing the burn, then it would give a pitching moment. We hold it at 10% to allow it to come back to center.
From everything you heard, it was a pretty successful burn?
Very successful.
Okay, that's the way it went, Walter.
CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Forget everything you've ever known about size. Forget that an inch exists. We're taking you into a world where a speck of dust is a boulder, and a human hair a rod. It's a sub-miniature world that we're working in now at Western Electric and Bell Telephone Laboratories. A world of complex electronic circuits, some so tiny they can pass through the eye of a needle. At Western Electric, research engineers are finding new ways to make, test, and assemble these circuits. We'll be making them by the millions for new phones and equipment Bell telephone companies will use to serve you. This is the kind of thing we do at Western Electric, finding new and better ways to make the things your phone calls are made of.
Nelson Benton is down in Houston, Texas at the Manned Space Center. Nelson, I wonder if you've got anything late on the Schweikert nausea and how it may affect tomorrow's spacewalk.
Walter, we have two sides of the coin. We heard on air-to-ground transmission earlier the phrase used by one of the crew, I think it was McDivitt, that said, since we're not going to do EVA tomorrow, EVA, of course, being the acronym for a spacewalk, that was immediately followed by a report from the Public Affairs Officer, John Riley, who said that EVA is still in the flight plan. So right now, we still have the indication of perhaps ground controllers thinking one thing and the crew thinking another. But the probability seems to be that EVA, the spacewalk, is a bridge that the controllers plan to cross when they get to it, Walter.
I gather, Nelson, that because there is a 5-day pad in this flight, all of the principal parts of the mission, the test of the LEM and the extravehicular equipment, the life support system, all is to take place in these first 5 days. There are 5 days remaining. There would not be any real serious constraint to their holding off perhaps 1 day to be sure that Schweikert is in top-notch physical shape to make that spacewalk.
That's right, Walter. They can slip 1 day. The entire mission can be slipped 1 day. That means that the LEM would just be powered down for that period. So if there were a problem, there's still an extra 24 hours to contemplate it.
They'll be looking at that during the rest of this day, of course. The men will be in the LEM for another 5 hours or so, and then we'll be climbing back, a little less than that, climbing back into the command module for some more meals and rest period, and then tomorrow, the spacewalk. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Space Center.
This has been a CBS News special report, the flight of Apollo 9, brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Next, Apollo update on the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite.
Hours. Pictures from space today and tested the lunar module designed to land men on the moon. 2 of the men spent several hours inside the lunar bug. This is William Jones. The lunar module designed to land our astronauts on the moon received its first tests in space today, and it worked. As planned, the astronauts sent back live television pictures from the module, but the day was not without its problems. ABC science editor Jules Bergman reports.
This is the way it is inside the lunar bug, and these pictures were beamed live early today after Rusty Schweikert on the left and Jim McDivitt had floated into the LEM through the tunnel from the command module. Despite nausea and vomiting, Schweikert was able to check out the LEM alone. After bad voice signals at first, McDivitt came through loud and clear.
Roger, how do you read me right now? Oh, we're reading you loud and clear, Spider. Okay, I guess we're just not getting out on the box or something. Gumdrop's reading me all right, but you weren't. Okay, I'm not reading Gumdrop at all, and I am reading you loud and clear now, and the TV picture has been real good. Okay, well then I have the LRP talking to the press house. Okay, how do you read now, Cliff, you're coming through loud and clear, Rusty. It's real good.
After the TV, they fired up the lunar bug's descent engine, the one that has to land astronauts on the moon in future flights. The big engine, the first that can be throttled for manned flights, performed perfectly, changing the path of the 2 dock spacecraft over the Earth. The big question now is, will Schweikert be able to perform his 2-hour spacewalk tomorrow? If he should become nauseous and vomit in his spacesuit with a closed helmet, it could be fatal. The final decision won't be made until tomorrow morning. The medics are unlikely to let Schweikert attempt the spacewalk if they feel there's any chance of his becoming ill. But the second live TV show from inside the LEM may take place even if the EVA is dropped. Apollo 9 into its 3rd day in orbit, both spacecraft performing beautifully despite the return of the strange nausea that has bugged earlier Apollo flights. This is Jules Bergman at ABC Space Headquarters.
ABC will cover astronaut Schweikert's walk in space tomorrow live at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time if the walk takes place.
Our walk in space by astronaut Russell Schweikert is in jeopardy tonight as illness has once again struck at the flight of Apollo 9. Schweikert reported to NASA ground officials in Houston this morning that he was sick and vomiting. But the nausea passed and Schweikert was able to make the scheduled transfer from the command module to the attached lunar landing craft. Later today, Schweikert took an anti-nausea and anti-diarrhea pill. For a report on today's events, here is Nelson Benton with Chief Astronaut Physician Dr. Charles Berry at the Houston Space Center, and then David Shoemaker at CBS News Space Headquarters in New York.
Doctor, getting right to the flight of Apollo 9 and Russell Schweikert, how sick is he?
Well, it's impossible to tell right now exactly how sick he is. All we really know at the moment is that He has had some nausea and vomited on 2 occasions, and that was this morning. Since that time, he's carried out a good deal of activity in the flight plan, carried out most of the flight plan activities that were online for today, and we hope to get a better reading on that here within the next few hours and make our decisions about tomorrow.
Schweikert requested a pill for motion sickness before launch. How long before launch did he ask for that? Was this a spur of the moment thing, or was he worried about motion sickness?
No, he was worried about motion sickness. Rusty has had some motion sickness occur in some of the zero-G aircraft flights, which is not unusual. This happens to a lot of people because of the positive and negative G mixed with some zero-G and the warmness of inside the aircraft. He also had some of the same sort of motion sickness of a different type, really, on the water in egress exercise, and that's not uncommon among our people also. Even after some of the missions, we've observed this, of course. So while these episodes seemed very prominent to him, he decided that he would be better off to be prepared in view of the experience of the Apollo 8 crew, where they had this early in the flight.
It would seem that perhaps this might have contributed one way or another, perhaps against selecting him for extravehicular activity, and yet apparently it did not. Can you explain that?
No, I don't think so, because we haven't felt that he was that prone to, any more necessarily prone to motion sickness than some of our other crewmen have been, because it's a different type. He can fly all sorts of acrobatic maneuvers and things of that sort without any sense of motion sickness whatsoever.
Schweikert's upset stomach this morning delayed the checkout of the lunar module for 80 minutes. But finally, the astronauts were given permission to remove the tunnel hardware, clearing the crawlway into the LEM. A complicated process described by engineer Leo Krupp at our North American simulator.
As soon as the umbilicals are stowed, then he takes the actuating handle and releases the probe, which collapses it. He then releases the capture latches by turning the knob on the end of the probe, and he's then free to pull the probe away from the drogue and bring it into the command module. Now, this piece of hardware weighs 83 pounds, and again, it's not difficult to handle, but you do have to move it slowly. Now, this is handed to Rusty Schweikert, who stowed it underneath the right couch. The only thing holding the 2 vehicles together at this time are the 12 capture latches that are engaged around the docking rings. The last piece of tunnel hardware to be removed is the drogue itself, and that is very simple to remove. You just release a lock and turn it about 10 degrees, and it comes free. He then has to turn it 90 degrees to line it up, and it just barely fits between the tunnel ring, and he also brings that into the command module.
The astronauts turned on their television cameras soon after they entered the LEM. Rusty Schweikert to the left, Jim McDivitt in the foreground. Dave Scott, of course, remained behind in the mothership. The 7-minute TV broadcast was good, except for audio problems. The astronauts had trouble with their microphones, but they didn't seem to want to say anything anyway. However, they really do use the terms spider and gumdrop to refer to the LEM and command module, a relief to reporters who said they would and then waited 2 days without hearing them use the words once. Satisfied that all systems were working properly, Jim McDivitt then turned on the LEM's descent engine, the one which will gently lower men to the surface of the moon. It burned so smoothly that halfway through the 6-minute test, McDivitt talked mostly about how hungry he was. The astronauts have left the LEM and rejoined Scott in the command ship. The question now is about tomorrow's spacewalk. It could be postponed one day or even canceled if Schweikert is not up to it. Officials will review the situation through the night. David Shoemaker, CBS News, Space Headquarters, New York.
A small fire broke out today in the boiler room of the prime recovery ship for Apollo 9, the helicopter carrier Guadalcanal. The fire was quickly extinguished.
Apollo 9 continued in orbit around the Earth today, and its crew performed the most dramatic and delicate job so far of the 10-day mission. Russell Schweikert and Colonel James McDivitt moved through a narrow tunnel from the command ship into the odd-shaped moon landing vehicle, and from there they broadcast to the Earth from a fixed television camera. Communications were bad, and most of the time the men could not be heard. Schweikert, on the left, was the first to enter the lunar landing ship, and it took some doing. Only hours before, he had been sick to his stomach. He was joined by Colonel McDivitt, and they left behind Colonel David Scott to pilot the command ship. Schweikert turned on the power, oxygen, and other systems. Then he and McDivitt went about finding out whether the delicate, thin-skinned machine could indeed do the job for which it was intended, that is, landing men on the moon. They let down its 4 spindly legs, and finally they fired the engine which will make the spacecraft descend to the moon. All that done, the men returned to the command module, their day a success. Dr. Thomas Paine, who has been acting head of the space agency, today got the job officially. He was appointed by President Nixon, who said that he had searched the country for the right man and found he was in the program already. David?
The West Germans elected a president named Gustav. Astronaut Russell Schweikert's walk in space, scheduled for tomorrow, was canceled tonight. He was to walk between the command module and the moon landing ship, but he had 2 stomach upsets today, and Colonel James McDivitt told the ground controllers that Schweikert simply was not up to it. When public opposition to the Sentinel anti...
That was
Peace. This is a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. Today, a walk in space. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the CBS News Apollo headquarters in New York, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
You recall that yesterday evening the spacewalk was canceled for today when Rusty Schweikert, the 33-year-old civilian lunar module pilot who was supposed to make that 2-hour and 15-minute walk, said that indicated he didn't quite feel like it. He'd had a day of an upset stomach and had vomited a couple of times. And it was decided by Commander Jim McDivitt and those men on the ground monitoring this flight from Houston, Texas, that he should not attempt the spacewalk. However, this morning Schweikert felt so well that 45 minutes ago it was decided by Commander McDivitt, Schweikert, and the ground control that he would indeed leave the lunar module for at least 45 minutes of a dayside pass across the United States, perching out on the so-called front porch out here of the lunar module. He may even go beyond that. The last report was he was feeling real good, with the words from space, and he may decide that he wants to go on and take the full walk up to the command module as it had been originally planned. As it is now, the spacecraft, the mothership, has been depressurized, as has the lunar module. That is, they are now in the environment of space, in their space suits, the full space suits, with the helmets and the thermal protection and the micrometeoroid protection in the case of Schweikert, and all of that. They're out over Australia, entering their flight across the South Pacific, and another 5 minutes or so when they're out somewhere northwest of Samoa, Schweikert will leave the lunar module and take that 45 minutes out on the porch and perhaps go beyond that. We'll have full details in all this in a very short while for you, and the simulation of what is going on in space from Grumman aircraft in Long Island and also from North American Rockwell out in California. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Clean air. Clean water. They're worth fighting for. At Western Electric plants, all across the country, we've been fighting for cleaner air and water for years. Cutting pollution doesn't make the telephone equipment Western Electric builds for the Bell telephone companies any better. But we breathe a little easier, knowing you do.
David Scott has opened the hatch of the command module, and Rusty Schweikert and Jim McDivitt in the lunar landing craft have opened the front hatch of that craft now, and very shortly Rusty Schweikert will be leaving through that hatch to the front porch. We'll listen to the conversation. The communications have been quite good, relayed from over Australia, while we watch what is going on as simulated out at Grumman Aircraft by our test astronaut, Scotty McCloud. Steve Rowan is out there with him. Let's listen in.
It looks like spectacular. You neat, huh? Oh, boy. Can you see me wiggling my toes? Sure can.
This is Rusty Schweikert speaking to Jim McDivitt.
If Jim looks out the top window, he can see me. It's all the way. Oh. Just so I can see you, Dave. Jim, you're going to have to try and be a little more careful about that block. Cutting, you did a big squeal when both of you do it. Oh, hey, I'm glad we stopped here to pull down my visor. Okay, I got the EVBA down. Oh, very good. Okay, I'm going to reset the DET here and get it going up. Okay.
That backpack that Schweikert is wearing, as you see here.
What? The blue guy. Yeah. Yeah, you really can see it at night, can't you? Yeah.
Backpack's a 185-pound life support system. The little pack on top, called an oxygen purge unit, is really a lifesaver with a half-hour of oxygen supply in case the other system should go wrong. Schweikert puts his feet into the so-called golden slippers, which are attached on the front porch and which can hold him down so that his hands are free to work in space. He will attach a camera for a series of rapid still pictures faced back along the lunar module and the command ship.
Just about over your left shoulder, how's that? When I'm standing in the slippers? Right. Okay. Begin over there, Dave. Don't you hold wide deadband limit cycle? Yeah, I had to turn the limit cycle off. It was just banging too much.
You see simulated there Jim McDivitt passing out a tether rope, nylon rope, 25 feet in length, that is nothing but a lifeline back to the ship. It carries no oxygen or communications equipment. It's merely a tether.
About do it, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like it. Hey, Mr. Schweikert, proceed up floor. Sure, you get your camera on there, CMP? It's running. Okay. Proceeding on out. I see a little bag full of floating away. Yeah, I missed that one. Okay. There's a ripped out on us, probably mine. You missed that one. Okay. In the storm the slippers. Hello there. Oh dear, that looks comfortable. Oh boy, what a view. That's spectacular. It really is. There's the moon right over there. Okay, Rusty, the backup ladder's going to be useless from in here except to take a picture of David. Okay. So reel out the, okay, why don't you just stand out there center? Okay, just take it easy for a while. That's a nice reflection off the, open again. Dave, how do you read? It's clear, tell me. Okay, I read you just fine. Are you in relay now? That's right. Okay, good. Why don't you say hello to the camera or something? Hello there, camera. Yeah, it's just good.
Camera has its own little tether line.
And that's LOS at Huntsville. Rusty Schweikert out in the golden slippers on the front porch of the Limb. We copied a few unofficial times here. We'll refine those later, but Jim McDivitt reported at 72:57 that the lunar module had been depressed for 12 minutes. We copied CSM depress as 72:59. We copied the start of the egress when Rusty started out the hatch as 73:07:37. And he reported being in the slippers at 73:08:08. You may have heard a reference where Rusty reported that he could see the bullseye very well. Astronaut Dick Gordon, who's in the control room right now, says that's a reference to the star Aldebra, which is familiar to navigators. Old friends of Aldebra call it the bullseye. We'll be back up at the Redstone at 73 hours, 19 minutes, about 19 and a half minutes. This is Mission Control, Houston.
And so Rusty Schweikert is out there on the front porch, as you've heard, and as you've seen through this simulation at Grumman Aircraft Engineering, where they built the lunar module. They are out of touch with a ground station at this moment, but will be picking up another very shortly. And the transmission from the spacecraft, the remarkable conversation between Commander Jim McDivitt inside the lunar module and Rusty Schweikert now standing outside there will be continued. They will be running into dawn in another 20 minutes or so, and then we'll make a dayside pass, as it's called, across the United States. At that time, Schweikert may choose, if he's feeling well, and every report today has been that he is feeling well, may decide to continue with his spacewalk. So far, he's been authorized only to stand out there on the porch for the 45 minutes of the daylight pass. However, the original schedule was for 2 hours and 15 minutes, including the crawl up the lunar module to the command module, and then into the open hatch where now David Scott presumably is standing. He stayed back in the command module, you know. Then back to the lunar module for Schweikert and inside 2 hours and 15 minutes later. At one point, when he gets back on that porch, if he does make the walk, he will take the 7.5-pound television camera and mount it out there on the rail of the lunar module steps, and get some pictures from space for us. That should come around 2 o'clock, a couple of minutes before 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
$461 individual, separate, distinct parts. They don't mean much to you yet. In fact, not until Western Electric puts them together. Precisely, efficiently. Then all 461 parts turn into a Bell telephone so that you can dial almost anywhere. To help you keep in touch, Western Electric backs up your Bell telephone company by making dependable phones and things that connect them. Does our name ring a bell? Yes, millions of them.
While Rusty Schweikert is outside of the lunar landing craft, standing on the front steps in his so-called golden slippers, which restrain him so he can use his hands and keep him tied down to the front porch so he won't float off in space, although he is tethered, of course, to the lunar module. The command module pilot, David Scott, is back in the command module and has opened the hatch there. He was decided earlier this morning would probably stand up in the seat there and lean halfway out of the hatch, see if he could retrieve the thermal sample, so-called, which we can tell you more about by going out to North American Rockwell in Downey, California, where test astronaut Leo Krupp is standing by. Leo, what's David Scott doing about this point?
Walter, Dave is all alone in the command module, as you know, and he is attitude holding both vehicles with the stabilization control system of the command module. He has the hatch open, so he is also in a hard suit, pressurized to about 3.7 pounds in his suit, so he is also suffering from lack of mobility, so he's probably not moving around too much. He's in the couch, probably observing Rusty Schweikert and tending to the system. I noticed a little while ago he said he turned the limit cycle off, which would cut down on the number of jet firings to maintain the desired attitude. One other thing that Dave has done is installed a 16-millimeter camera on the open hatch, which is pointed back toward the lunar module, so he will have some movie film of Rusty's walk in space after the vehicles get back to Earth.
If they don't let that float away, as happened on one of the Gemini flights, I recall, Leo.
Well, we have a pretty good bracket on it, Walter, so it's attached to a bracket to the inside of the hatch, and with the hatch open, it's pointed back looking at the limb. It's fairly secure. I doubt if we're going to lose it.
Leo, now if he tries to stand up and get out of the hatch, as was earlier suggested, what does he actually have to do?
Well, the center couch is removed, so it won't be too much of a problem for Dave to float over to the sill and reach out and retrieve that one thermal sample that's located very close to the edge of the hatch. It should be a very easy task for him to get that particular sample. Now, the other samples are located further down on the skirt, the fairing between the command and service module, and he'll probably not attempt to retrieve those.
Is mobility greatly restricted when that suit is pressurized, Leo?
Well, the mobility isn't greatly restricted, Walter. However, it takes a lot of effort to do any work. If you try to bend your arms or bend your wrist, you're fighting against the 3.7 pounds of pressure you have in your suit. So a very easy task becomes quite fatiguing physically.
So it wipes out all the advantage you gain from weightlessness then?
That's right. You have to work very slowly when you're in a pressurized suit, and we try not to do any unnecessary work because you will exert yourself very easily if you try to overdo it while you're pressurized.
This is one of the concerns, I assume, when they decided yesterday not to try the extravehicular activity. The Eva, as it's called, or Eva, with Rusty Schweikert when he was feeling poorly and possibly run down from a day of an upset stomach. However, today he feels fine, and he's out there on that front porch of the lunar module. We should be picking up transmission again very shortly from them. The signal should be good, we hope, and let's listen in and see if Houston's got a signal yet. I'm told that they do not have one as yet, but as soon as they do, we will go back and listen to it. That backpack that Schweikert is wearing, 185 pounds of it, of course, doesn't weigh anything in the environment of space, the weightless environment there. It would be quite a heavy pack on Earth. It will weigh just 1/6 of that 185 pounds in the 1/6 gravity of the moon. While yesterday evening, the Manned Space Center in Houston was making light of the fact they might cancel the walk, or had canceled the walk by that point, saying that this was not vital to the mission of Apollo 9. There were many of us who were wondering what they intended to do about testing this portable life support system, PLSS as it's called, if they didn't have the walk.
This is Apollo Control. It's 73 hours, 19 minutes. And we'll be at the Huntsville, at the Redstone, within a few seconds. We'll stand by.
Redstone is a communications ship in the South Pacific.
The sequence camera. Well, heck. Let me take one of the radar antenna. I haven't taken one of that.
Spider and Gumdrop, we have you through Redstone, and we've been copying you loud and clear.
Very good, Houston. Everything's going along fine up here.
Raj, we copied you all across Carnarvon and Huntsville real well. We've been calling you, and it sounds great.
Okay. Do you have anything special that you want done in this pass?
That is the voice of Jim McDivitt, the commander.
No, unless you wanted to poke the TV camera out there.
I'm not sure we can get that configured that quickly.
Raj, understand.
Dave, you taking some more movies? I will, as soon as he passes the camera out to you. Okay. Jim, you ready for this camera? Yeah. Okay, haul away. It's on the road, it's running. Dave, you ought to get a picture of this relay here. It's too late. I'm taking it. Okay.
This is really marvelous communication, being able to listen in on these men at work.
Right in.
And Spider and Gumdrop, this is Houston. You're clear to do anything, go as far as you want.
Houston, you cut up on that one. Say that again.
Rod, just to let you know that sounds great, and you're clear to go as far as you want to, as far as we're concerned.
Okay. How about the time limit? How you feeling, Rusty? I'm feeling fine.
Schweikert says he's feeling
Houston,
fine.
You want to go ahead and try to run the thing for the 2-day passes and the 1-night pass? Looks like we might be able to do that for you.
Jim, that's your decision. It's up to you. It's all go with us.
Okay, the thing that bothers me is if it does, we may have to reconsider how we're going to do that rendezvous tomorrow. We're going to have to get some sleep here sometime.
Raj, we copy.
Well, think it over and see what you decide.
Okay.
And Houston, Gumdrop.
Most of that is between Jim McDivitt in the lunar module and Stuart Russa, the capsule communicator at Houston.
Houston, Gumdrop calling. How do you read?
Go, Gumdrop.
How we do it? But I can't really tell when the jets are firing, and it's sort of hard for me to tell on the quantity.
As you heard there.
Okay, Rusty, why don't you start hauling it out again? Okay, coming out. Hey, how about giving Houston a call and asking him about that? Okay. Houston, how do you read the place?
Place here coming in loud and clear.
It keeps slipping, Jim. You're going to have to help the cable come out a little. Okay, wait. Okay. Let me come up closer. Just a minute. Never mind, I got it. I'll just come up closer here. Okay, I got it now.
We're talking about the PLIS, the communication with the portable life support system.
Using very little propellant. It's real good. Real good.
Okay, Houston, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
And Spider, this is Houston. We're recommending that you terminate at the end of this daylight pass.
Okay, I sort of felt that way too. I don't think we're going to try that transfer for sure. All right, we'll terminate here. Okay, Dave, come on out. Okay. I'm going to let the camera run here. Dave, come on out wherever you are. Stand by, let me put away my little push button.
They're talking about Dave Scott sticking his head out of the command module.
Yeah, we're all taking pictures of everybody taking pictures. Yeah, you want to retrieve a sample? Right, that's a good idea.
Dave Scott and Rusty Schweiker about 10 feet apart.
On your H2 tank.
Hey, Rusty, why don't you lean over here again? I'd sure like to get a picture of that whole scene. Okay, coming over.
Gum drop, you'll be getting a warning in about 4 minutes on your H2 tank. No sweat.
Yeah, those window marks are all over there. Yeah.
Gum drop, this is Houston. You may be getting a warning on your H2 tank. No problem.
Hey, you ready for... Okay, you ready? Thermal samples here? Ready. Second, Dave, let me get around here. I can get a picture, too. Okay.
Gum drop, Houston.
All these marks all over the window. Shoot, oh dear.
Gum drop, Houston.
Hey, Dave. Okay. Are you ready for the scene? Hey, use your head when you're out there. You know, this isn't a contest between you and that sample. All right.
Gum drop, Houston. Anticipate a warning very soon on your H2 tank.
Okay, and you want to hook it in the solid ring, David, rather than that wire. Okay.
Get me 3 of them.
No problem. Okay. There's one. It didn't even close on itself. Okay, now you gotta pull those straight up, and there's one more little hook. Okay, now next one. Whoa! How about that? Got some thermal sample. Yeah, you're getting it wrapped up around your neck. Now give me. Okay.
Gum drop, do you reach Houston?
We do okay?
Gum drop, do you reach Houston?
At this point, David Scott is just, you hear Rusty Schweiker saying there's California.
Very pretty.
They're just passing over the coast at about the border of California and northern Mexico.
Oh, yeah. Take some more film going across Baja here.
It is daylight now, and they'll be passing over Texas, not too far from their homes in Houston, Texas, but 153 miles high in the environment of space.
Schweikert's heart rate 77.
It's one place that's not too hard
Just a
to
little bit above normal for Rusty Schweikert, although he's standing out there where few men have ever been. Rusty Schweikert making a spacewalk. David Scott outside of the command module part way, standing in the hatch, and the flight of Apollo 9 goes on. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News Space Headquarters, New York.
This has been a CBS News special report, The Flight of Apollo 9, brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. This is CBS.
Must be inhabited. The water's all dirty. There you go. David, things are still falling out up there. What are you doing? Throwing everything overboard? Yeah, there. Yeah. Yeah. The water sticks out, but the city doesn't. Now the winds look pretty strong. A lot of clouds. Flags in there. That's right. The red, white, and blue from up here. Houston, how are you reading Red Rover here?
Roger, reading you loud and clear here, Houston. How do you read me?
Wonder why they're not talking to us.
Spider, Gumdrop, this is Houston. How do you read?
Spider, are you reading Houston? No, I haven't heard him say anything either. Houston, Spider, you read?
Spider, this is Houston.
I heard him then.
Spider, this is Houston. How do you read?
Houston, Spider, do you read?
That's affirmative, Spider. This is Houston, reading you loud and clear.
Okay, Rusty, why don't you pass the camera back in here and work on the handrails up there for just a minute. Could you stand by one? The change film packs here. Okay, here comes the camera. Hey, just a minute, let me get this other one zipped in. Yeah. Take it easy out there. I don't want you getting, okay, oriented. Hey, Rusty? Yes, sir. Stand by. Oh, I'm not going to start yet. I got to pass this camera back in. Take your time.
is really bright. Houston, this is Red Rover. If you read, I'm just going to call you in the blind here. The suit's very comfortable. I'm on min cooling, and I haven't had any problem at all. The only thing that's warm at all are my hands, and they're just barely warm. They're not really hot at all.
Roger, Red Rover. This is Houston. We're reading you loud and clear. We're copying all transmissions.
Well, you know, that tether, good way of getting things in and out, but they're sort of out of control. Well, once they get inside? Oh, just get them through that last part of the door there. They ricochet off every... Oh, it's not when you're neat. My heavens. It's an anti-fog wipe. I tell you, the toughest part of the whole thing is trying to change the film magazine. Yeah, I figured it would be, Dave. You know, they hack it. Mundane task. Matter of fact, Rusty, why don't you get out there and move around a little bit? And if they... Hey, here goes your camera, Dave. That's tethered. I learned that from a friend of mine named Mike. Yeah. Rusty, why don't you exercise the handrails a little bit just to see how they work, and don't go very far up, and if Dave gets a picture, fine. If he doesn't, well, that's just dead. Okay. I think it's got to go 90 degrees to that way, Dave. Yeah.
Red Rover, Houston, do you read?
There you go. Yeah. Can't see it very good. Doesn't look like you know what? It's very good either. Say again? Ever see something about this zero G? Yeah, it's the somebody effect. There you go. Got it? A friend of mine named Gene. Yeah. He checked the various and sundry settings. Okay. As soon as you get that done, turn it on, and I'll be going here. Why don't you come over and get the thermal sample and get it in, so we don't have to mess around? That's a good idea. Okay, coming up. Wait, let me have my hook back. Oh shoot. Wait a second. It's for a movie camera. If it ever runs again, it'll be a miracle. Warm when it came in? Oh, it just got bashed around. That hook doesn't hook onto it right. It slides up and down a wire, and it's got that stretch cable in it, so every time the tension comes out, the stretch cable slams it into something. Okay. Go ahead, pull it. Okay, I'm coming.
Red Rover,
okay,
Houston, do you read?
Okay, and put it on down there and lock it. Dave, you taking pictures yet? I can't get it to run now, would you believe? Okay, heck with it then. It got kind of smashed around a little bit too. I think these cameras are good for one film pack, and that's about it when you're doing work like this with them.
Red Rover, Houston, do you read?
Let me turn around here and get some stills. Okay, Jim, stand by just one here. Okay.
Gumdrop, Houston, do you read? Hey, anybody up there read me? This is Houston.
Oops, there goes a nut. Okay, what are you talking about, me again? Okay, pull in. One each thermal sample coming in.
Spider, Houston, do you read?
Okay, can you take it off there and let me get that hook back? Yeah, you just have to hang on just a second. Okay, I'll tell you what, I don't need the hook just to go far away up and back down again. Okay, oh goodness, get down in there, food. Ah! Okay, you want me to start, Jim? Yeah, Rusty. Okay, here I go. Steve, I want you to evaluate those handles, and when you get through with it, I want a conclusion from you on whether or not it's a practical way of doing it like we've already said it is. Okay. Simulation of radar antenna. Right. Oh, yeah, this is very good. Yeah. Oh, Doc, hey, let me get that camera out. Okay. Anything left of that one? Oh, this is very good. This is no problem at all. Good.
right there. Smile.
Hello there. This is no problem at all.
Okay, go on back down it again. And Dave, did you get your movie camera running yet? No, I haven't. I'd like to try it, though, if you give me a minute. You've got 4 minutes. Okay,
the 4 minutes are over, we're going to have to come back in.
Put them without the movies. If we get them, fine.
Yeah, there are almost no disturbing torques. I mean, I don't have any problem at all just maintaining myself wherever I want.
Put on the window here, can you?
Yeah, hold on. I'll just push out a little bit. Let me come up this way. How's that? I'm in the shade, though.
It's okay.
Oh, now you gotta see good pictures.
If you're getting good pictures, it'll take a lot of them.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it change the settings a little too, huh? How's that?
Pretty good.
Yeah, I don't want to touch your quad, though.
Good. Good idea. Don't touch the quad.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, I'll just add up the closing costs on your new home loan, and you'll be all done.
This is a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events.
And, Spider, this is Houston. Do we still have you in voice here?
Sure do.
These are pictures directly from the spacecraft entering over the United States.
What we're doing is we're filling up, we're recharging the flip, and I'm eating my lunch. Yeah, the commander is talking while he's eating. He's not supposed to do that.
You see Rusty Schweikert on the left, Jim McDivitt, the commander, on the right in the foreground. They are in the lunar module. The television cameras went on just half a minute or so ago as they began this pass over the United States. Rusty Schweikert
Okay,
holds...
Houston, that's done.
Oh, very good. Hey, it's a tremendous picture, Spider.
Great. How much longer do we have our tremendous picture? 10 more minutes?
Schweikert
Yeah,
holding
we've got it for about another 13 minutes, Spider. We can watch your whole lunch there. Count your bites.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
McDivitt, who apparently has quite an appetite, he complained most of yesterday about being hungry.
And,
He's eating as we
Spider,
have
will
this
you read me back
television
over
transmission.
Redstone in Hawaii?
I read you the first time, but that was only one time.
Okay, understand.
Not good. Just barely. Houston, Spider.
Go ahead, Spider.
Roger. We wondered, going over the stateside there on the EVA, did you read us all the way? We noticed that you didn't say anything even when we asked questions.
We were reading everything, all of you, loud and clear, and we just weren't getting up to you, but the comm from you was terrific. We read all your conversations. Sound like you were really having a ball.
Yeah, it's a pretty good view from out there. That's what you call a view from the top of the stairs. Limb stairs, that is. Have you got any words of wisdom on tomorrow's flight plan yet, Smokey?
Raj, we'll cover that with you later if you want. We'll settle down. And if you got anything that you can give us along the line about clearing the tunnel, it sounds like that goes pretty well.
Yeah, the tunnel doesn't take long at all. It's getting ready to clear the tunnel.
Okay, and hey, Red Rover, how about a big smile for the folks at home here, and let us know that you're feeling pretty good after that show.
Yeah, we're feeling great, as a matter of fact. McDivitt doesn't look so good, but he feels all right.
Well, that was the typical friendly CDR smile.
Right. They don't like it because I've got a better beard than they do. Straight teeth, but a crooked smile.
Well, I don't like you because you got a better view than I do.
That's okay. We just don't like you.
Okay, we're coming up on a keyhole now. We'll probably have a dropout about 1 minute and 55 seconds or so and pick you back up again.
Okay. Okay, you want the TV to stay on?
Oh, that's affirmative. Leave it just like it is. We'll just have a little blizzard for the folks at home and pick you back up again.
Okay.
The keyhole to which he refers we saw yesterday in the previous transmission, or was it the day before? The days begin to blur here in the 4th day of the flight. This is between two receiving stations. The spacecraft leaves the area of one receiving station and is then picked up by another. It should be at this point just about over Texas, just a little north of Dallas. As you saw there, McDivitt seemed not to be using his restraining straps that keep the astronauts from floating around in their space capsule. At least he seemed to be a little more buoyant than did Schweikert. It may have been just the camera angle because he was much closer to the camera than Schweikert. It was a very good view of the two of them in this capsule that is only about the size of 2 telephone booths. In that forward part, you were looking from the forward part of the compartment to the rear, the area in which they're standing.
Okay, Spider, we've lost your picture here now. We should be able to pick it back up shortly. We're curious if we can get the picture back, if you could show us a view out of the overhead window of the command module. Would that be possible?
Roger.
Out the window and up around the tunnel area if you could, and we're showing about 8 minutes left in the pass.
Okay, I'll show you a picture of Davey over in the gum shop waving at us.
Okay, we do not have your TV picture at this time. I'll let you know when we got it.
Originally programmed for these pictures to be taken by the television camera mounted outside of the spacecraft as part of Rusty Schweikert's space walk. That walk, however, was terminated after only 38 minutes. Now. Here it is.
Spider, we've got the picture back again now.
I'll show you a picture of the back of the LEM. I don't know if you can see much back there.
Okay, and just a word, Jim, we'd like to have you hold the camera about a minute or so in each position to let the light compensate right. Maybe the picture will come in a little clearer.
Hey, I'll give you the one out the top first to make sure we get it.
Okay. Yeah, we can see it out. Oh, it's a good view, Spider. Hey, that's terrific. Dave, how about waving to the folks at home?
This is a picture back from the lunar module to the command module.
It's really beautiful, and we can see you waving, Dave. Hey, that's really a terrific shot.
Tell you what I'll do. I don't know if it's still light out there, but maybe I can give you a view out the front window of the LEM down at the legs.
All right, yes, let's do that. And we've got about 6 minutes left. That's really great.
I can't see much out there. I'll show you one of our quads.
Hey, that's a terrific shot. You know, that camera picks up pretty well even when you're moving it fast, and that's a beautiful shot of the quad now, Jim.
The quad, or the little 100-pound
okay,
thrusters.
now I'm showing right straight down the minus x-axis, as close as I can get it, and you can just see the legs sticking out down there.
Okay, the picture is pretty good, Spider. It's real clear. I'm not sure I can pick out the leg right there at this time. We'll take a look at it here.
That's okay. Neither can I. You don't see very much of it, Smokey.
Okay, well, I don't feel so bad then.
Okay, just a minute. Let me show you a little more of the outside of the command module. I show you the side window, and you can see the EVA light sticking out there on the pole. It's also part of the LEM radar antenna.
Jim, can you move the camera a little closer to the window?
It's right up against the window now.
Okay.
I'm not sure that you can really see it that well. Here's a picture of the radiation meter. So far, we haven't detected any radiation.
Oh, very good. Hey, that's a real good picture.
It also might be interesting to look at the front of the LEM and the instrument panel.
Yes, that'd be real great if you could show us a couple of views of that, and maybe one of up in the tunnels, so we can see how you get in and out of there on your way to work each morning.
Okay, well, this is the interim stowage assembly that we're looking at right here. The instrument panel is right behind it. For the EVA, we put all of our equipment in that big bag. As you can see, the telescope sticking out right above that with all the wires wrapped around it.
Okay, Jim, we can see where it is. It's just a little dark to show the AOT up real good, but we've got a real clear picture of your stowage bag.
Okay, maybe I can take a diagonal picture of the instrument panel here.
Spider, I got the docking target up there. Let's try that.
Okay. Smokey, can you see this picture?
Okay, we can see the caution and warning panel with a couple of 3 lights lit up, but it is just a little dark on the panel itself.
Okay, listen, we'll go back and I'll show you the docking targets, green and yellow. Too bad we don't have green and red. Too bad we don't have color TV, and it's in the command module window now.
Okay, that'd be a good shot if we can get through to that. Hey, that picture's fantastic. Dave, let's just hold it. Jim, let's hold it right there for a while. That's really a terrific shot, Jim. We're getting the Earth in the background, and the clearness of the command module is outstanding.
It's a clear command module.
All right. I guess I should say the gumdrop there looks loud and clear. Okay, Jim, we've got about a minute and a half left. That picture is beautiful.
Okay.
And could we give it a try up the tunnel? It's probably pretty dark, but we'd like to see how it comes in.
Yeah, I'm not sure that... Hey, Dave, is the tunnel pressurized or not?
Yeah, it's pressurized.
Okay. Still, we don't have the tunnel open, and we can't get it open very far because we still have the OPSs on the back wall. Just a minute.
Raj, we understand, Jim. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a picture of the drogue sticking down into the tunnel with the probe stuck in the end of it, and you can see the upper hatch of the limb is open. It's probably not...
Now hold the camera right there, Jim. That's real clear. It's a beautiful picture.
Hey, stand by and I'll pull the hatch up.
Oh, okay. It's really a clear picture, Jim.
Hey, a picture we really got to have for you are those 6 black hoses in the limb. During the command line just thinking around 3 people when we're trying to do something.
Raj, understand. And we're going to lose you here. Tell Dave to belay the taking out the hatch. We're just about to drop you.
Yeah, I think it's out now. I don't know if you can see anything.
No, we've lost the picture. That's the end of the pass. Right on schedule.
Good work.
Hey, we sure appreciate you taking that time out, Jim. That was great.
Commander Jim McDivitt took time out from his lunch hour, apparently, to man that camera to show us those very clear pictures of the lunar module. Unfortunately, we didn't get a very good picture outside of the Earth as we might have had if Rusty Schweikert had gone through with all of his EVA walk, his extravehicular activity, and had used the camera outside of the spacecraft. But we got a little bit of a view in the background there, and that was just about over Alabama. So what we did see of the good Earth from 153 miles up on this pass, on this revolution of the Apollo 9, was Alabama. We had a good look at Rusty Schweikert as he was holding a checklist there, a test pilot's checklist, and as the camera came on, they were just replenishing the supplies in the portable life support system, that large backpack that, if you were with us earlier today, you saw Rusty Schweikert wearing on the front porch of the lunar module. That has a 4-hour supply of oxygen and cooling liquids in it that can be replenished, and they were filling up that support system again, bringing it up to the top. About 40 minutes of it had been used in Rusty Schweikert's walk this morning. They want it up to full capacity in case any emergency should require egress from the spacecraft. They don't expect that, but they could use the PLSS in that case. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Forget everything you've ever known about size. Forget that an inch exists. We're taking you into a world where a speck of dust is a boulder, and a human hair a rod. It's a sub-miniature world that we're working in now at Western Electric and Bell Telephone Laboratories. A world of complex electronic circuits, some so tiny they can pass through the eye of a needle. At Western Electric, research engineers are finding new ways to make, test, and assemble these circuits. We'll be making them by the millions for new phones and equipment Bell telephone companies will use to serve you. This is the kind of thing we do at Western Electric, finding new and better ways to make the things your phone calls are made of.
We might go out now to Grumman Aircraft in Bethpage, Long Island, where Steve Rowan is with test astronaut Scott McCloud in the simulated lunar module. Perhaps they can tell us a little more of what we have just seen on television from the spacecraft itself. Steve, Scott?
Walter, once again, it appeared that the television camera, the new device made by Westinghouse for use in the lunar landing mission, was mounted near the commander's window. Scotty?
I got it. I think they mounted it right about over here, Steve. We could see Jim in this position and Rusty over in that position.
Rusty over here was working with this water gun. I think he had just finished replenishing the water supply in the portable life support system, and noticed that he took a drink from that gun.
Yes, he did.
Pressing the button. Jim was eating over there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was down in this area eating.
Now they moved the camera around, and what did we see?
Well, one thing they asked for was the front panel, and the reason they couldn't see that was the ISA, the interim stowage assembly, was there.
That's a series of bags, something like this, that And hang up for periods of time when they're using this area to stow things.
Gear is stowed in that, just loose.
They did show us a view out the docking window, though, rather spectacular view.
The docking window is right up here, and I would assume Jim held the camera something like this. He said he held it right up to the window itself and pointed straight up at the dock command module above.
You could see what looked like railroad tracks on that docking window. Those are the markings on which they sight for docking, correct?
Yes.
Let's see, they then went back to the hatch, and it looked to me, Scotty, as if they were using one of these little portable lights.
Well, the
Utility
hatch would be rather dark when they looked up there, and when they were holding the camera up, they'd get a very poor view, so Rusty probably picked up one of the utility lights and shown it up the hatch.
These can be clamped almost anywhere around the spacecraft and used for just the purpose that you'd use them for if they were in your home.
Yes.
Right? Walter, they gave you a little bit of a tour of this spacecraft, which, as you say, is about as big as 2 telephone booths and which can get to be awfully small. Interesting, again, Scotty, that they had their helmets off, their gloves off. Rusty apparently was standing, perhaps not restrained, but perhaps with Velcro. Was Jim floating around?
I don't think either of them were restrained, but really you couldn't tell too well from the picture. The Velcro would hold them down on the floor.
Okay, Walter.
Right, what they actually saw there out the window, as you recall, when they were so ecstatic on the ground at Houston, Smokey Russa, the capsule communicator, over the picture of Dave Scott, and we saw him just barely in the background there, waving through the window. Well, we can show you on this model over here, that rendezvous window is right up on the top, right there. You can just barely see it in there. Right down in that little corner is where it is. Now, that is the rendezvous window. It's a very small window, but by pointing the camera back there, they were looking right back up into here, into this window, where David Scott was. That was the view that they had out of the window that you saw with your television camera. The camera is a 7.5-pound instrument being used for the first time on this flight, and it has a series of lenses with it for the lunar mission. It has only 2 on this particular mission, a wide angle and a long lunar day lens, it is called. The wide angle lens was undoubtedly the one that we were watching inside the capsule today and also on the earlier television transmission. It has a quite remarkable lens that will go with it to the moon. It's called the lunar night lens, and that lens is so sensitive that in a demonstration of that Westinghouse camera, it was focused on a screen in a dark room, the screen having some figures shown on it that could not be seen by the naked eye. But the television picture was perfectly clear as if it was made in daylight. So that with that lens, they hope to get even nighttime photography on the moon when perhaps Apollo 11 gets there. That may be in July. This will be the last transmission scheduled at any rate for the flight of Apollo 9. Just 2 were scheduled. Tomorrow's work schedule in the lunar module is so busy that it was thought they would not bother the Commander McDivitt and the lunar module pilot Schweikert with any television transmissions tomorrow. And then when they leave the lunar module tomorrow and climb back into the command capsule, they send the lunar module on off into space, jettison it. The camera will go along. It is not adaptable to the command module itself. So this is probably the last transmission of the television from Apollo 9. This pass was made 153 miles over the United States, as you watched it a few moments ago. Earlier today, Scotty McLeod out there at Grumman did the extravehicular activity along with Schweikert, who was doing it 153 miles up over us. McLeod Scotty, I wonder if you could come up again and we could talk about that EVA activity. We saw Schweikert this morning doing a great deal out there on the front porch in the 38 minutes. He didn't make the full spacewalk that was planned, but we saw you duplicating those maneuvers. Was there anything about that operation that surprised you, or did you think it went just about as planned?
Well, Walter, it appeared to me from what I could see that Rusty's walk went just about as they had planned it. I saw no problems that he ran into. He did say that the mobility of the suit seemed quite good when it was fully pressurized, and I think there was a comment about the cooling also in his gloves.
Scotty, he mentioned that his hands stayed cool. Is that unusual in spacesuits? Do your hands usually get hot?
Remember, there is this liquid-cooled garment in this suit, and previously they had just blown the oxygen throughout your body, or on the surface of it. So this does give better cooling. It takes away the high heat buildup.
That oxygen just never got quite down to the hands, I take it.
Well, it got there, I guess, but certainly this appears to be better.
In the activities tomorrow that Walter was mentioning, I think, of course, the important thing is the series of burns that has to take place. The descent engine is going to be burned again. Everybody's pretty happy that it burned very successfully yesterday.
Oh, yes.
Going to be burned twice. I understand there was some cheering over in one of the plants here at Grumman yesterday when Walter announced that that burn was taking place. And then the ascent engine.
Yes.
Any difficulties that you see ahead?
No, none whatsoever. We have the utmost confidence in the vehicle. I'm sure the crew does also.
The only untested portion for tomorrow, Scotty, now is, well, of course, the two vehicles flying alone and not connected to the command ship, but is the ascent engine, the descent engine. We had that test on, so now it's up to the ascent engine to work, right? And not connected to the command ship, but is the ascent engine, the descent engine. We had that test on, so now it's up to the ascent engine to work, right?
Yes, that's right. The two big stages are the ascent engine firing and then, of course, the docking following that.
All right, thank you, Scotty. Did a fine work out there today on the porch.
Thank you.
You look just as good as Rusty Schweikert. Must have looked 153 miles up, and maybe even better. For all
I wouldn't say that, no.
Well, we'll be seeing a great deal of you tomorrow as we go through this, the really critical part of the flight of Apollo 9, which are the maneuvers of the lunar module away from the command ship as far as 100 miles tomorrow. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Your family doctor sees something unusual. He wants to check with a heart specialist 1,000 miles away. So with a medical data set made by Western Electric, your cardiogram instantly appears before the distant specialist for his analysis. Data speeds from machine to machine, and doctor talks to doctor over regular telephone lines to save time, to save lives. Western Electric makes other data phone data sets, so your Bell telephone company can serve you in other ways too, like helping banks rush data to give you faster service, helping airlines to request and confirm your reservations in seconds. Making data phone data sets to move information at the speed of light is one of Western Electric's jobs as manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system.
One of the problems with the television camera in space that was not faced today because the transmission was from inside the spacecraft is changing lenses once they get on the surface of the moon. Or Schweikert might have had that experience if they had tried to change a lens today, if the walk had gone its full distance. The problem with those heavy spacesuits, pressurized as they are, and digital dexterity and the movement of fingers to change the lens on a camera is a pretty tricky job. Well, they've made this lens with a sort of a bayonet fitting that can be handled in the spacesuit, and of course they've practiced with it a great deal. There is some talk even of putting a television camera on the surface of the moon in Apollo 11 perhaps, or on one of the future lunar missions, a camera that would be left up there and transmit as the lunar module, the ascent stage, takes off and goes back to the orbiting command ship 59 miles overhead. Today, David Scott had a had his extravehicular activity, or it might be called mini extravehicular activity. Half of him was out of the spacecraft as he stood up and retrieved a test package from outside the spacecraft. And just now he's had his picture taken by the lunar module's television camera out at North American Rockwell, Downey, California. Terry Drinkwater's with our test astronaut out there, Leo Krupp. Gentleman, David Scott was sitting there on his, on the left-hand side of the aircraft when we saw that picture from back at the LEM? We saw that picture from back at the LEM?
This was essentially the picture, Walter, that we were shooting from the LEM towards the spacecraft in which we're sitting, right, Leo?
That's right, Terry. This is the shot when Jim said he was looking at the docking target in the window of the command module, and he was sorry that he didn't have color TV, so you could see the colors. The back plate is green, and the front crosshair is red, and of course both are electrically illuminated.
And he waved shortly before that shot. We didn't see him too well here, but waved out one of these windows inside.
That's right. I assume he was in the left window, and he must have waved, so they probably could have seen him.
And that's about all that happened in this vehicle.
Right.
Walter?
Thank you, Terry, and thank you, Leo Krupp, again. Tomorrow, the critical part of the flight of Apollo. As astronaut Russell Schweikert, apparently fully recovered from yesterday's nausea, was able to take a spacewalk after all. The spacewalk, canceled by space officials yesterday when it appeared Schweikert wasn't up to the strenuous task, was an abbreviated one, but a success nevertheless. David Shoemaker reports from CBS News Space Headquarters in New York.
The spacewalk may not have been necessary, as officials insisted when they canceled it, but it sure was fun when they did it. In every mission, there seems to be a psychological moment when the natural concerns over spaceflight pass and the astronauts relax and enjoy themselves. That moment came this morning when Rusty Schweikert stepped out of the LEM, took a few minutes to get comfortable here on the front porch, and then moved partway up the handrails toward the command module. As you'll hear, the red-haired Schweikert, who has picked up the additional nickname of Red Rover, is feeling fine.
Hey, Mr. Schweikert, proceed up north. Hey, is your camera on there? CMP? It's running. Okay. Proceeding on out. Okay. In the Gordon Hubbard. Hello there. Oh dear, that was comfortable. Oh boy, what have you?
Rod, just to let you know, that sounds great, and you're clear to go as far as you want to, as far as work is done.
Okay. How about the time limit? How you feeling, Rusty? I feel fine. Ooh, that sun's really bright. Houston, this is Red Rover. If you read, I'm just going to call you in a blind here. The suit's very comfortable. I'm on min cooling, and I haven't had any problem at all. The only thing that's warm at all are my hands, and they're just barely warm. Rusty, why don't you exercise the handrails a little bit just to see how they work, and don't go very far up, and if Dave gets a picture fine, if it doesn't, well, that's just it. Okay. Oops, there goes a nut. Okay. Oh, you talking about me again? Steve, I want you to evaluate those handles, and when you get through it, I want a conclusion from you on whether or not it's a practical way of doing it like we've already said it is. Okay? Oh, this is very good. This is no problem at all. Good. Okay, Rusty, why don't you start coming back in? All right, coming in.
This era of good feelings continued later in the day during the television pass over the southern United States. Astronaut Schweikert on the left and McDivitt pointing their camera inside and outside the LEM.
Hey, Red Rover, how about a big smile for the folks at home here, and let us know that you're feeling pretty good after that show.
Yeah, we're feeling great, as a matter of fact. McDivitt doesn't look so good, but he feels all right.
Well, that was the typical friendly CDR smile.
Right. They don't like it because I've got a better beard than they do. Straight teeth, but a crooked smile.
Hey, that picture's fantastic. Dave, let's just hold it. Jim, let's hold it right there for a while. That's really a terrific shot, Jim. We're getting the Earth in the background, and the clearness of the command module is outstanding.
It's a clear command module.
All right. Spider, this is Houston. Do we still have you in voice here?
Sure do. We're just kind of busy here. That's why we're not talking.
Okay, understand.
Well, we're doing is we're filling up, we're recharging the flip. And I'm eating my lunch. Yeah, the commander is talking while he's eating. He's not supposed to do that.
There has been fun and undeniably more than a touch of show business in all this, but the astronauts along the way have checked out a number of things important to the lunar mission: spacesuits, backpacks, and the lunar lander itself. Tomorrow, the most critical test of all, the solo flight and re-rendezvous of the LEM. It's not something they can practice, it must work. David Shoemaker, CBS News, Space Headquarters, New York.
Cuba is arrested. Apollo 9 astronaut Russell Schweickart took his walk in space today after all. It was canceled yesterday because Schweickart had been ill, but when he said he felt better today, space officials told him to go ahead. He spent 40 minutes on a platform outside the lunar module during various exercises. He was to have used handrails to go to the command ship and back, but that was called off. As he stepped into space, Schweickart said, "Oh boy, what a view." This is how he described the effect of the sun on his spacesuit.
That sun's really bright. Houston, this is Red Rover. If you read, I'm just going to call you in the blind here. The suit's very comfortable. I'm on min cooling, and I haven't had any problem at all. The only thing that's warm at all are my hands, and they're just barely warm. They're not really hot at all.
One orbit later, astronauts Schweickart and McDivitt transmitted pictures from the lunar module known as Spider. The command module is called Gumdrop. Schweickart talked to Mission Control about his spacewalk.
Houston, Spider.
Go ahead, Spider.
Roger. We wondered, going over the stateside there on the EVA, did you read us all the way? We noticed that you didn't say anything even when we asked questions.
We were reading everything, all of you, loud and clear, and we just weren't getting up to you, but the comm from you was terrific. We read all your conversations, sound like you were really having a ball.
Yeah, it's a pretty good view from out there. That's what you call a view from the top of the stairs, the LEM stairs, that is.
The astronauts then asked Houston about what might be in store for them tomorrow.
Have you got any words of wisdom on tomorrow's flight plan yet, Smokey?
Rod, we'll cover that with you later if you want. We'll settle down, and if you got anything that you can give us along the line about clearing the tunnel, it sounds like that goes pretty well.
Yeah, the tunnel doesn't take long at all. It's getting ready to clear the tunnel.
The tunnel referred to by the astronauts during that transmission is the passage between the two modules.
Okay, and hey, Red Rover, how about a big smile for the folks at home here, and let us know that you're feeling pretty good after that show.
Yeah, we're feeling great, as a matter of fact. McDivitt doesn't look so good, but he feels all right.
Then Schweickart and McDivitt turned their camera toward Earth and the command module.
That's really a terrific shot, Jim. We're getting the Earth in the background, and the clearness of the command module is outstanding.
Schweickart and McDivitt made another unscheduled trip through the tunnel from the command module to the lunar module tonight. They were sent in to turn over a guidance unit that was overheating. David?
A freshman at San Francisco.
Apollo 9's rookie astronaut, Russell Schweickart, climbed out of the spacecraft today to perform a limited version of the on-again, off-again spacewalk. It was the fourth day of the flight of Apollo 9, and it included spectacular live television pictures from the lunar module. ABC science editor Jules Bergman reports.
The spacewalk, reinstated at the last minute, saw Schweikert emerge on the lunar bug's front porch. Wearing the Moon Life Support backpack, he reported there were now 3 spaceships up there. Apollo 9 or Gumdrop, the lunar module or Spider, and Red Rover, the red-haired Rusty Schweikert himself. After taking pictures of both spacecraft, Schweikert went back in the LEM, and he and McDivitt got out the portable TV camera to begin their second telecast from the 2 docked spacecraft. Then the 15-minute show got underway, with Rusty Schweikert himself handling most of the narration from the 2 spacecraft.
Yeah, it's a pretty good view from out there. That's what you call a view from the top of the stairs, LEM stairs, that is.
Here's the Apollo command module now, as viewed from the lunar bug.
Hey, that's really great, Spider and Gumdrop. It's really beautiful, and we can see you waving, Dave. Oh, that camera picks up pretty well, even when you're moving it fast, and that's a beautiful shot of the quad now, Jim.
Here's a picture of the radiation meter. So far, we haven't detected any radiation.
Oh, very good. Hey, that's a real good picture. That's really a terrific shot, Jim. We're getting the Earth in the background, and the clearness of the command module is outstanding.
It's a clear command module.
All right.
All 3 astronauts are in good shape tonight, getting rested for tomorrow's critical rendezvous and docking of the lunar bug with Apollo. It's the major goal of their flight. They'll separate from Apollo 9 using the lunar bug's engines, fly 100 miles away, then in a maneuver simulating the bug rendezvousing with Apollo after a lunar liftoff, power themselves back in. If the LM's engines fail, Dave Scott in Apollo 9 itself will have to power up and rescue them. Apollo 9 orbiting on, headed toward its most dangerous day. This is Jules Bergman reporting.
ABC News will broadcast a special progress report on those maneuvers tomorrow at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
This is a CBS News special report, the flight of Apollo 9. This morning, lunar module on its own. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the CBS News Apollo headquarters in New York, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
Good morning, and if by any chance you think it's early at this hour, it is really early out where the spacemen are, 150 miles above the Earth. They got up 12:30, just after midnight Eastern Standard Time this morning. Of course, they see a couple of sunrises practically every orbit, and that is nothing new to them on this flight either. But they got up quite early to get prepared for what is the busiest day of their space flight and the most dramatic in its implications. Because today, Russell Schweikert, the lunar module pilot, and Jim McDivitt, the commander of this flight of Apollo 9, separate in the lunar module from the command module and take that lunar landing craft out as far as 110 miles from the command module. And this lunar module they'll be flying has no capability to bring them back to Earth. They must successfully complete this mission today and re-rendezvous with the command module, which of course has the Earth landing capability, in order to return safely. This test today is also critical not only for the 2 men involved, but for the entire national space program, because it is this lunar module undergoing its very first test in space that must take man to the surface of the moon. We have no backup capability to do that job, and if this vehicle doesn't pass its test today, it could mean very well that we will not meet the goal that the late President Kennedy set for landing an American on the moon in this decade. If it does go well today, on with the Apollo program, which would mean a second test of the lunar module, this time in moon orbit, in a couple of months, in the middle of May. And if that goes well, then the actual landing perhaps in the middle of July. McDivitt and Schweikert climbed down into the lunar module several hours ago. As a matter of fact, because they have found it is so difficult to get through that tunnel and down into the lunar module, it started early today, and they made it apparently with greater ease than they had before, so they had some extra time in the lunar module to get prepared. Everything has been going well in the preparation, and now they are out over the eastern Pacific, about to get into contact with another ground station, which they are not at the moment. Then in just about 5 minutes from now, 5 to 6 minutes from now, they will separate from the command module, leaving David Scott back in the command module to monitor their flight and be prepared to go after them in a hair-raising space rescue if that becomes necessary. They will separate, fly a large circle, in effect, around the command module and back behind the command module, re-rendezvousing with it later on today. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
There's one traffic network in this country where there are almost never any traffic jams. The Bell Telephone Network, with equipment made and supplied by Western Electric. Oh, the Bell System network has traffic problems, too, like over 300 million phone calls a day. But there are millions of routes to choose from, and there's switching equipment to get you through.
I'm glad I got through so fast. I'll never make that plane. You wouldn't believe this traffic, bumper to bumper.
Western Electric. We make Bell telephones. We also make equipment for the network that keeps your phone calls from getting stuck in traffic. Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system.
Between now and 1:55 this afternoon, Eastern Time, when they re-rendezvous, the most exciting of the Apollo 9 missions and one of the most dangerous missions ever undertaken in space, the separation of the lunar module and its flight around the command module. Well, every second of this most challenging chapter of man's search into space is crucial. Perhaps the most critical occurs with the separation, the maneuvering, and the rendezvous of the LEM with the command and the service module. This exercise is our outer space dress rehearsal for putting 2 men on the moon, and most important, returning them safely to the orbiting moon ship. If all goes well, today's rendezvous is going to happen like this.
About 4 hours into the 5th day, sometime during the 56th revolution of Apollo 9, Rusty Schweikert and Jim McDivitt will crawl through the tunnel from the command module into the lunar module, appropriately nicknamed Spider. After more than 2.5 hours of equipment checkout, the crafts separate. For the first time in history, men are flying in space in a ship too fragile to return to Earth on its own. They'll be in the same orbit about 153 miles from Earth, as we can see in our simulation. Now Dave Scott, alone in the command ship on the left of your screen, aims the spacecraft away from the Earth and with a 10-second firing of its smaller engines, drops into a new orbit. The command ship now flies in a squash circle that puts it at this moment about 1 mile below and 2 miles ahead of the LEM. The crewmen track each other visually by radar and by lights blinking against a backdrop of stars. If no further maneuvers were done, the LEM would return to the mothership in 90 minutes. 45 minutes after that firing of the engines, after orbiting halfway around the world, the LEM performs its first undocked burn, boosting itself from its original orbit. This is the second test of the descent engine, which eventually will lower man to the moon. That 25-second burn puts the LEM 25 miles behind and 10 miles above the command ship to set it up for the return trip. Roughly 1 1/4 orbits later, the LEM tests the descent engine's minimum thrust capability with a burst that uses only about 10% of its potential thrust, rather like driving in low gear. The purpose to shift into another orbit, still 10 miles above, but now 72 miles behind the command module, where Dave Scott has been watching carefully, always prepared to act himself should the LEM be unable to do its part. Before starting its fifth maneuver, the LEM drops its descent stage, just as that stage would be left behind on the moon when the astronauts depart. Then the LEM puts on the brakes slightly with its small attitude thrusters. That lowers its orbit, and it begins catching up with the command ship. Now the astronauts, with a 30-second burn, stabilize their orbit, some 10 miles below the command module, and at the point of greatest distance, 110 miles behind. Then the first test of the ascent engine, which on a later trip must raise the astronauts from the moon. It fires for 3 seconds to set up the approach to the command module for the final rendezvous maneuvers. The two craft coast this way for 2/3 of an orbit, reaching the dark side of the Earth and bringing them from 72 miles into within 20 miles of the command ship. And now begins the most crucial phase. With this final burn, the LEM moves into an orbit which will intersect that of the command module 10 miles above it. In addition to radar contact, the ships are in gun sight range of each other. And now, with final thrusting to correct any errors, 1 hour, 16 minutes after that final gun sight burn, the two ships, after a brief period of mutual inspection and photography, dock a little over 6 hours after the beginning of this most vital test of Apollo 9, crucial if our mission to put man on the moon is to proceed.
And now the Apollo 9 is in range of the Grand Bahama Station and just about to make that separation maneuver. Let's listen in. The communication is sporadic, but you will hear the pilots and the mission control in Houston. Let's listen.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. We're pretty stable here. I wonder what's wrong with it. Houston, got any suggestions?
We're copying all that, gumdrop Spider. Stand by.
Okay, you're free. I'm free? Roger. What did you do? Oh, we went back to the old memory and did a cycle on the switch, and you look like you're free. Okay, great. Okay, what star are you on, Ron? Hold on. What? Hold a minute. I can't hear you. Hold. Yes. Wait a minute till I get clear. Okay. Now you're clear. Okay. Dave, so we may have a little problem with that. Right, I noticed. Okay, I'm keeping on you, so don't sweat. Okay. Plane and just follow you with the pitch. Okay, fine. How am I drifting away from you? You're drifting out of plane. To your rear. Okay, well, I can't notice that. My rates look good. My yaw rate is going around about 1 degree per second. Now? That's right, I'm yawing right now. I'm doing my 120 degree yaw. When I get over here, Dave, why don't I just stop the yaw and I'll roll my roll so that I'm up, right side up on the belly band, then we get back to maybe about the right attitude, at least in plane. Good idea.
This conversation is between the LEM, between McDivitt and Schweikert and Dave Scott in the command module. module is scheduled in these 26 minutes between the actual separation and the first firing of the command module engines to separate further and to begin the actual maneuvers to pirouette in the fashion you see and to pitch around a full 360-degree circle. That is like doing a sort of a headstand or a somersault.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to roll
take a look.
plane now.
Take a good look at the command module and let the command module get a good look at it. This being to be done with the RCS thrusters, it's called, the small thrusters on the side of the lunar module.
Okay, Dave, I'm going to come right side up here now. And when I get there, then I'll just stop and you can position yourself. Okay.
You see in our simulation the spacecraft against the blackness of space, which is indeed black. They are in daylight, however, as they are now crossing the Atlantic.
We don't want to do the 180-degree pitch, Dave. We'll just do the 90-degree pitch up here. Okay, good idea.
This is station keeping, as it's called, although they are drifting slowly apart.
I think we'll be all right if we just get some relative attitudes, because I'm going to maneuver to the proper attitude for the set, and you can line up with me there. Right, okay. Okay, I'm going to do the pitch around maneuver, and I'm going to pitch 90 degrees only. Okay, fine. Okay, we're going to start now. You're clear.
This is the pitch around maneuvers, they called it. They're going only 90 degrees, they said. It would be up just 1/4 of a turn, like that, so that Dave Scott can take a look right up that descent stage engine, get a good look at it and get some pictures. Pictures not just for his memory album, but for close scrutiny and study on the ground later.
Looking good. Okay.
That engine has been fired once, and when the two ships were docked together as a first test, worked well. It's a throttleable engine from 1,050 to 9,800 pounds of thrust. That's the engine that has to be used as sort of a pillar of fire on which the lunar module lowers itself to the surface of the moon.
It's a nice-looking machine. So is yours. That's about all it looks like, though, some sort of machine. Okay, Dave, when I get about perpendicular to here, I'm going to stop and start my yaw to the left. Okay.
A descent stage will be used today to put the lunar module into the wide circle right behind the command module. Then it will be jettisoned, and the ascent engine on the top of the total lunar module will be fired to separate and bring the lunar module ascent portion with the two astronauts in it back to the command ship and the waiting Dave Scott.
I think we're in good shape relative attitude-wise. Yeah, we only got off about 20 or 30 degrees there, Dave. Yeah.
Things seem to be going well there so far. The CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
It's a solemn moment for us at Western Electric when it's time to retire old telephones and equipment from service. The average Bell telephone, after all, is made to serve for years and years, with few or no complaints. But when its number is up, it has to go. And what will become of it now? In a way, it keeps on serving you because the valuable zinc and copper taken from old telephones and equipment help hold down the cost of your telephone service. Old telephones never die. Western Electric, we make Bell telephones. We also make sure they keep on serving you long after the last ring is heard. Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system.
Well, test astronaut Scott McCloud out at Grumman Aircraft with our Steve Rowan with you in the mock-up of the lunar module. How does it sound to you that it's going so far?
Walter, Scotty, how does it sound to you?
Well, I think they're doing very well, Walter. It appears like they're doing exactly what they planned in the flight. The way they're doing this maneuver is to use this hand controller. I'll fold the armrest up so you can see it.
They're maneuvering.
And then Jim is using this to change their attitude and roll, pitch, and yaw. And they're just maneuvering around the command module, or their attitude is changing around it. And at the same time, the command module is taking photographs of them.
What's the most important next step, Scotty?
Well, the next step is that the command module separates further from the LEM, about 3 miles away. And of course, when they do this, they're using the AOT to align themselves.
So they're picking the same reference point in space so they can get back to it, Walter.
That's correct.
Scotty, I was listening earlier, as we all were, to the transmission, and what was the suggestion they made that they were not going to pitch all the way around as originally planned? They were only pitching 90 degrees. Was there a problem involved there, or just a real-time decision? That's as far as they're going at the moment.
I think, Walter, this was a real-time decision in that they were just pitching up to show the bottom of the lunar module.
They'll assume these other attitudes for studies of other aspects, perspective of the spacecraft during the remaining part of that 26 minutes between maneuvers. Is that it?
I think they already had gone all the way around and shown all sides in yaw and pitch, and we're just doing that final maneuver, which is a 90 degree to show the bottom.
Right. Thank you, Scotty. Out at Downey, California, at North American Rockwell, where the command module is built, Leo Krupp standing by, along with Terry Drinkwater. Leo?
Leo, essentially, what is astronaut Scott doing right now?
Well, Terry, right now, Dave's probably busily taking pictures of the LEM from all angles, and he's also visually inspecting the lunar module, the landing gear extension, plus the other parts of the lunar module, and he's recording it all on 16mm movie film, as well as some stills.
And later, as the LEM moves away from us, later today, what's the role of this vehicle?
Well, Dave Scott is strictly passive. However, he is going to be very active backing up the lunar module. He's going to be prepared to duplicate any lunar module maneuver in reverse so we can maintain the same relative motion in the event that the lunar module should have any problems.
In case of trouble. Walter?
Nelson Benton is at the Manned Space Center in Houston. Good morning, Nelson.
Good morning, Walter. They've been doing some flight plan juggling down here for the past 24 hours, changing things in the flight plan to meet specific points on the timeline. Walter, I think we can anticipate that perhaps there may be less flight plan juggling for this flight, because now those two vehicles are apart, and they're not juggling to meet points on the timeline, they're juggling to meet each other. It's a long day, almost a 17-hour day for the astronauts, a drawn-out one, an important one. But it's perhaps a drawn-out moment of truth in seeing whether the LEM technique, the spider, is the technique to put man on the moon and bring him back again. Walter?
Everything in the manned space program, Nelson, since 1961, when the decision was made to go ahead with this type of a moon landing mission, rests today on the flight of the lunar module for the first time in space with man aboard. Rusty Schweikert and Jim McDivitt have a great deal resting on their shoulders, to all the engineers and planners out at Grumman and at Houston at the Manned Space Center. And indeed, this flight will be watched today more closely, I suppose, if that is indeed possible, than any in our entire moon program up to this time. We'll be following the flight throughout the day and coming back as needed and indicated. This is Walter Cronkite at CBS News Space Headquarters, New York.
This has been a CBS News special report, The Flight of Apollo 9, brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Next Apollo update on the CBS Midday News. This is CBS. This is a CBS News special report. The Flight of Apollo 9. This afternoon, rendezvous and docking. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Reporting from the CBS News Apollo headquarters in New York, correspondent Walter Cronkite.
The two spacecraft are at this moment less than a mile apart. They're closing at something less than 20 miles per hour at this point for the completion of what has been a very successful solo flight of the lunar module. For the first time, proving out that man does have a vehicle that can take American astronauts to the surface of the moon. And we're a step closer to putting man on the moon because of it. The docking is just about to take place. We're listening to the conversation from the spacecraft as they are out over mid-Pacific, approaching the Hawaiian islands. They will be docking in another couple of minutes from now. We will listen in as we watch a simulation of what is taking place.
Okay, we're 5 feet per second, about 610 feet. Okay.
610 feet away, moving at 5 feet per second.
Down again. Hey, I was just thinking one of us isn't right side up.
5 feet per second, about 3.5 miles an hour.
Hanging out all over. No biz.
Six hours ago, they had a little bit of trouble unlatching the LEM from the command module, which you see on your right on your screen right there. They are concerned about that, although they believe it was only because Commander David Scott, by his own analysis in the command module, didn't press the button quite long enough. As a consequence of that little bit of a hitch in undocking, they have asked permission from
I have it about 370 feet. Okay, looks closer than that. Yeah, doesn't it though?
You're hearing the voices of David Scott and Rusty Schweikert. Scott in the command module on the right, and Schweikert in the lunar module. He's the lunar module pilot.
Okay, you got your camera on so you can take a picture of my bottom here? All right. Why don't you come all the way in and stop and then pitch over? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Come on in and stop, and then you're going to take over station keeping, and I'll pitch around.
35 minutes since TPI.
Thank you.
Dayside pass over the United States.
How does that sports car handle, Jim?
Pretty nice.
Dave Scott talking to Jim McDivitt. In their training, they referred to the LEM as a sports car. Dave Scott, of course, has held for this 6 hours an absolutely steady orbit. He has done no maneuvering but been prepared to maneuver if necessary to go help out the LEM.
Okay, Davey, it says 100 feet on the radar tape. It looks a little closer than that to me, but what do you say we stop here? Okay, that's a good idea. Okay, I'll get it stopped and stabilized and then give it to you.
It is the LEM that has been making this rendezvous maneuver. The command module is the passive target for the active rendezvous by the LEM. If anything gone wrong with the LEM engines, the LEM
okay, that looks pretty good to me. Okay, good.
Would have become the target, and the command module would have become...
Let me take a couple of pictures of your nose, and then I'll start pitching around. All right?
Would have become active and gone after the LEM.
Okay, you tell me when I got it, okay? Okay, babe, you've got it now. All righty, I got it.
When they get ready to dock in a few minutes from now, the closing rate will be less than 1/3 of a mile an hour.
I don't even see you in there, David. Oh, I'm here. I've been waiting for you to bring that good water back.
Ground reception of the transmission between the spacecraft has been spotty through this flight. When it's good, it is very, very good, as it is right now. When it's bad, it is, as the old quatrain goes, horrid.
Maneuver here, and we're going to pitch up, and then you can take a picture of our bottom. All righty? Okay, here we go. 2 degrees per second. Okay, 0.5 degree per second. That's no better.
You heard that reference of Dave.
I'll slide down a little bit if it looks funny. No, I wasn't looking at you.
Heard that reference of Dave Scott's a moment ago to couldn't wait to get that good water back. It seems that during the period where the tunnel between the two spacecraft has been open, they have prepared the food with the water in the lunar module, which is stored water, as opposed to the water in the command module, which is recycled through the fuel cells and is a byproduct of fuel cell chemical reaction. And presumably they like that water in the LEM a little better than the water in the command module. While they're doing this little picture-taking session, CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
If you knew of a machine that stretched all the way from New England down the East Coast, a machine that connected people together east, south, north, and west, wouldn't you say it had to be the most complex machine in the world? Well, there is such a machine, and it's called the Bell Telephone Network. Western Electric people built or provided much of it. You see, Western Electric is the manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system. We make things your Bell Telephone Company and other Bell Telephone companies across the country need to bring you dependable phone service. So you can call any place you want, anytime you please, and get the one phone you want out of millions and millions of phones, and usually for small change. Western Electric. Doesn't our name have a familiar ring?
The ascent stage of it that is left are now just a few feet apart comparatively as they come over the eastern Pacific between Hawaii and the United States. They're taking pictures between the two spacecraft right now as asked by Houston, and very shortly they are expected to begin their docking maneuver, at which time the...
I can see the injector, as a matter of fact, and I can even see the chamber right now. Okay, fine. Let's take a couple of pictures of it and we're going to maneuver back around. Okay, this will be 2 degrees a second. Okay, go ahead. I've got the pictures. How fast are you going to do this one? 2 degrees a second. Okay.
About 2 hours and 15 minutes ago, in this 6-hour critical maneuver of the lunar module,
Give me a mark before you start, will you? Okay.
the astronauts in the lunar module, McDivitt and Schweikert, cut loose the descent stage of the lunar module that we have been looking at since this flight.
Now, Dave. You ready? Go.
Since this flight departed Florida last Monday.
Houston, for your information, we could never get the radar to unlock, so we couldn't get it.
Raj, understand the rendezvous radar stayed locked.
They do not believe they have one of the docking lights. I think it was knocked off at some point during the maneuvers. And also they're a little concerned about the latches that lock them hard together once they have made rendezvous, and which are necessary to equalize the pressure in the two spacecraft for the transfer of the astronauts through that tunnel back into the command module. It is not believed, either by Dave Scott in the command module where the probe that must do that locking job is located, nor mission control in Houston, that there is any serious problem. They think that when Scott pressed the unlatching button...
The next order of business is to get set up. Get set up and let's get on with the docking.
Press that unlatching...
Okay, you want to station keep on, mate? I've got it. You got it.
Press that unlatching button a little earlier. He just didn't press it long enough to complete the job. When he pressed it a second time,
Jump drop Houston, we're standing by for your logic and power alarm.
Right, Houston, thank you. Logic on my mark. 3, 2, up, stand by. Okay, 3, 2, 1, mark.
Raj, copy. And gumdrop Houston, you are go for pyro arm.
I understand. Go for pyro arm. Pyro's arming now.
Scott McCloud, the Grumman test astronaut.
Houston, Mr. Gumdrop here. I've got the probe extend retract switch and retract. I've got 2 barber poles.
Should have a couple gray, I believe.
Roger, Gumdrop. We copy.
Scott McLeod, perhaps you can tell us about the barber poles and the gray areas that they should be seeing there on the indicator board.
Well, Walter, what we see on the different RCS systems when they're firing is if the RCS is functioning on either the System A or the System B, you can turn off the other system, and then you get a barber pole that shows.
This is what they're watching for now.
Right. Maybe that's right, huh? Okay, now I cycled again out to extend, and now I'm back to retract, and I've got 2 gray. Okay. So I think we're all right now. Yeah, let's get on with it and see if we really are. Okay, you want to try an automatic retract? Let's try automatic retract just like we talked about it. Okay. And why don't you do your roll? When you do that, then how's the sun? Would you be able to dock on top of me if I can't see you? I'm in good shape, sunwise. Okay, fine. Maybe we ought to not try an automatic retract, because what if with something sort of wormy, if I hit the retract now, it might go. Okay, fine. That's a good idea. Excellent idea. Let's leave it where it is, and when I punch in, you pull me in.
Spider, Houston.
Go ahead.
Roger, would you verify your DAP load prior to this docking?
Roger, the DAP's 4 balls, 2.
Okay, thank you very much.
Scotty McLeod again. We're standing by, and we'll all be...
Houston, Gumdrop. Go.
So Houston seems to think the docking probe, which must work properly to get these
Spider,
2 vehicles docked, is working all right.
Will you turn around? So why don't you do your roll first, Dave? All right, here we go. That window over on the other side. Rolling left, 60. Roger.
Scotty, we'll be listening in, of course, for Houston to come in again and for these voices of the astronauts from space as they cross the coast of California about this point. But in the meantime, between their transmissions, maybe we can get a few words in on just what this docking probe problem seems to be all about. Could you tell us what has transpired in the last couple of hours here, what the situation is right now?
Well, Walter, as best I can see right now from listening to the voice coming in, they are at the position where they're docking. What they're doing is looking through the overhead window, this docking window above me, right here. They have used the crewman optical alignment sight, which is very similar to a gun sight. There is one mounted in the front of the window in our simulation. First, they came in on their rendezvous looking straight out the front window, used this sight to obtain the command module off at a distance. Then they take this sight and transfer it to the overhead window, that docking window, line it up with the docking target in the command module, and then go right straight in toward it. And that's right after that pitch maneuver that you heard about.
Now, Scotty, what about the probe problem? They apparently, according to Houston, everything is aligned properly for the probe to operate, but they did have a little hitch in getting it unlatched when they separated. And now, apparently, Dave Scott has had an indication in the first attempt that it wasn't primed properly for the redocking.
Well, I hate to pass on a chance to talk to Leo Krupp, but I think this belongs on his side of the fence, and he could probably explain it to us.
You're absolutely right, Scotty. Addressed the question to the wrong man. I punched the wrong address into our computer, as they say in the space program. Leo Krupp, sorry about taking your thunder from you. Tell us about it, will you?
Yes, sir, and thanks, Scotty, for passing this one to me. Evidently, what happened, Walter, was when the undocking maneuver was taking place about 6 hours ago, Dave Scott in the command module was to take this switch on the panel which is the extend release switch. And he puts it up, and it's spring-loaded, so he has to hold it in the up position. Now, as soon as he puts it up, he'll get a barber pole indication on these two talkbacks as soon as the probe has moved about 5/8 of an inch. And then the talkbacks go back to gray indication. What probably happened was when they turned gray, Dave thought the probe was completely extended, which also releases the capture latches, and had allowed the lunar module to undock, so he released the switch, which went ahead and re-engaged the capture latches. So he had to go the second time and push that up and hold it to release the capture latches and allow the lunar module to float free. They then went into some troubleshooting on this switch, so he moved the switch back and forth several times. And just prior to the docking here a few minutes ago, he reported that he had a barber pole indication, which would indicate that the probe was neither fully extended or fully retracted. So I believe Houston instructed him to go ahead and hold it in the extend position again, which he did. And he now has two gray indicators there, which means the probe is extended the 10 inches, and we are in the proper configuration to do the rest of the docking.
Okay, Leo, thank you very much. They're moving in very close now, and we'll listen in again.
Well, I got it up to the top of my helmet, and it might beat it up. You've got to come back quite a ways to your rear. Okay, easy does it. That's too far. Yeah, I know. Looks like a sporty little machine. Yeah, it's not even going the right direction.
Be closing at 25 hundredths of a foot per second, and that's 15 hundredths of a mile per hour. They can be off by about a foot laterally.
Houston, gumdrop, what time's sunset?
It's 99:15, gumdrop.
Okay, we got about 25 minutes.
That's affirmative.
I just can't even see the coas, Dave. I don't know exactly where you are with respect to it. Okay, you want me to do it? Let me work my way in here a little closer. Okay.
Neither of the pilots can actually see the docking probe and the drogue, the funnel-like device on the lunar module, as they get to touching range. At that point, they're aimed, as Scotty McLeod was telling us a moment ago, through the reticle on the window on a target. There's a funnel-like device there in that center portion of the lunar module called the drogue. It's a couple of feet across. The probe on the command module, can miss the center by about a foot and still be guided into the latching position. The closing rate maximum closing rate is around 4 or 5 miles an hour, but they wouldn't want to get anywhere near that for fear of damaging the probe itself or actually one of the spacecraft. This is being done by little blips on the reaction control engines for quads of jets at 4 spots around the lunar module. 100 pounds of thrust in each of those jets. They control the attitude of the spacecraft and can move it forward or back. that they can't see?
Walter, I'm afraid I can't answer that. I am not sure what they can't see. They're looking through that coas that looks like this, as I was demonstrating before. They have a gun sight that is projected through this onto the overhead hatch. It might be that he can't clearly see the target that is in the command module.
Apparently that's it. He said he couldn't see the coas. I guess that's what he means. Huh? That's the crewman's optical alignment sight. So
yes, that's correct.
All right.
Good find.
David Scott's kind of guiding him in. Keeps telling him he's fine.
Right there. Oh, that doesn't look like it's for me. So you're going to come in from an angle anyway, so you're doing good. Your yaw's off about 2 degrees.
A little like a neighbor helping his neighbor get his car parked in the garage. Dave's
I just
kind of...
can't see the darn coas. I can't tell what my attitude is. Yeah. Translation, but I can't tell what my attitude is, Dave. If I don't see it, well, there it is, there. Now you're coming in. That's good, looking better. There you go. I think you got a handle on it now. But it keeps disappearing. Okay, now you're looking pretty good. Lined up in translation, but I can't tell what my attitude is, Dave. If I don't see it, well, there it is, there. Now you're coming in. That's good, looking better. There you go. I think you got a handle on it now. But it keeps disappearing. Okay, now you're looking pretty good.
Inside the capture boundary would mean the probe and the drogue are lined up.
Looking good. Okay, I can see it now.
It's been suggested it may be the glare of the sunlight that's making it difficult for
Thing's really sporty. Sure is. I can tell.
Divot and Schweikert to see the divot particularly to see the optical alignment there, the target.
Keep it coming. You're almost there. Okay, you're about there. I have capture. Very good. Okay. Let's get her lined up. Okay, why don't you do it? I can't tell where it is. We're free now. Good show, Spider. Roger, onboard fuel reading 65 and 65.
The simulation is a little behind here.
65.
We've had the confirmation that they have touched.
Roger, reading 55-55. Thank you, Rusty.
Retract. You get the latches?
They have the soft dock and they're retracting, which means they will be firing a nitrogen bottle.
I haven't heard like that in a long time. Yeah, it was a very nice docking. That wasn't a docking, that was an eye test. Okay, Houston, we're locked up.
Well, it sounds like you passed it 2010, Jim. That sounded real beautiful. Good show.
What a beautiful flight and what a beautiful maneuver that turned out to be. They are docked, they are locked up. They will now repressurize, and after they have turned off the lights, so to speak, McDivitt and Schweikert will leave this spacecraft, which has proved out remarkably well in its very first test.
I'm free, and you're in free. I'm going to proceed into the tunnel here when I get spread away. Yes, sir.
McDivitt and Schweikert.
That was Jim McDivitt.
Hard day's work, and it looked real good, troops.
Thank you, Smokey. And hey, Smokey, you still there?
Yeah, Jim, we've still got you for about another minute here.
Okay, well, listen, I hope the whole world's listening, but I tell you, I think we got the greatest set of flight controllers that there's any place that we could be found. I'd like to thank you all. I'm sure the rest of the guys up here would, too.
Raj, Spider, we copy. Thank you very much.
Schweikert and McDivitt shortly will be climbing back into the command module, and then they will cut loose the very successful Grumman lunar module to take off into a much higher orbit, firing its engines until depletion of fuel. The lower stage is circling the Earth at about 180, 200-mile orbit, something like that, and will probably re-enter in about a month's time. CBS News color coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 will continue in a moment.
Does this look like a washing machine? Or a toaster? Or a steam iron? Or a refrigerator? Hardly, but some people are still confused about what we make. Western Electric is the manufacturing and supply unit in the Bell system. We're a part of it. What we do make is telephones, and much of what it takes to connect them together, like underground cable, and to send your calls leaping through the air, microwave radio relay systems, and complex equipment that finds the number you dial. Western Electric makes this for your Bell Telephone Company and the other Bell Telephone companies across the land, because we're with them in the Bell system to help bring you dependable, low-cost communication service. Does this look like a refrigerator?
CBS News coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 continues after this pause for station identification. This is CBS. CBS News coverage of the flight of Apollo 9 is brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell system. And now back to Walter Cronkite.
8 years ago, the United States space program committed itself to a plan for landing a man on the moon, which involved sending a spaceship up to the moon, going into moon orbit, and then detaching a ferry ship to go from the moon orbiting mothership down to the surface of the moon, and after exploration on the moon, taking the astronauts back to the mothership in moon orbit and then coming home. Today, 8 years later, that concept was proved out with the first manned flight of the Grumman Lunar Excursion Module, which Jim McDivitt and Rusty Schweikert have just flown for 6 hours, tested all of its systems, proved out that it can indeed go to the moon's surface, get off again, and re-rendezvous with a mother ship. Scott McCloud is a test astronaut for the Grumman Aircraft Engineering Company out at Bethpage, Long Island. He's been helping us out through this flight in a mock-up of the lunar module with our CBS News correspondent, Steve Rowan. Scott, through this whole 6 hours of maneuvering today, you've been following each of the maneuvers as you have been training with the astronauts on those maneuvers. How do you think it all went?
Oh, we're happy as a clam, Walter. Everything went very successful, and I think we proved all of the work that has gone on for the past years.
Was there any point of the flight, Scott, that in its actual execution today seemed hairier than had been anticipated?
No, I don't believe so. I think everything went pretty well according to plan and according to schedule. Probably the only differences were the flight planning, as Steve and I had been discussing earlier.
Walter, you noticed perhaps in the rendezvous maneuvers that they were actually about 5 miles or so below what the flight plan said in the LEM, but then the command module was in a different place too, wasn't it, Scotty?
Yes, I think the difference there is because of the real-time flight planning, in that what they're interested in doing is the burns of the descent, the ascent engine, and the RCS maneuvers, and not necessarily hitting a specific point in space, excuse me, except for that point when they come back to the command module.
The LEM crew then doesn't really worry about where it is in relationship to the Earth.
No, just the heat shield.
Scotty, you've got a little hoarseness from being on oxygen so long during this flight?
I guess so, yes.
That seems to be a trouble that plagues the astronauts as they breathe that pure oxygen environment in space. Scott, thank you very much for your help on this flight and on the future flights of the Apollo 10 and Apollo 11 when they do land on the moon. We expect to see you climb out of that LEM simulator out there at Grumman and actually take a walk on the moon's surface for us. We'll work out something of that kind anyway, you can be sure, before July and we get to the moon.
Thank you, Walter.
Scott McCloud, you've been great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And out at Downey, California, where they build the command module, which has proved out so well now in 3 flights of the Apollo program. The Apollo 9. Leo Krupp is the test astronaut for North American Rockwell. And Leo, it looked like it went mighty well up to now, hasn't it?
Certainly has, Walter, and it was very nice to have the whole orchestra together for a change, and I thought the music that the lunar module and the command module played was certainly beautiful.
You're getting poetic, Leo.
Thank you, sir.
I think spaceflight perhaps inspires that in men, and particularly those of you who work so closely with the program and indeed are the program for manned flight. Leo, does that little dock latching indicator problem give you any concern for the future?
No, sir. I think that was probably just a case of Dave not holding the switch to the extend release long enough. So he pushed the LEM away, but he came off of the switch before the LEM actually separated, so the docking latches were still holding the 2 vehicles together. And the fact that he was able to get it back in the right configuration leads me to believe this was the problem. So I'm sure that won't happen again.
Leo, I understand that even though that closing rate is at around 1/1500ths of a mile per hour, which is mighty slow, there's still a pretty good jolt when the 2 spacecraft come together.
Well, there is a little disturbance, especially when the vehicles are light like they are now. Now, in the transposition and docking, the S4B was attached, and we had a very heavy vehicle, so we didn't have too much. But now it's like 2 very light sports cars coming together, so you will get a little disturbance. But as soon as he makes contact... Pardon?
I didn't say anything.
As soon as they make contact, McDivitt would go ahead and thrust on in to keep the probe from bouncing out, to make sure he pushes it into the funnel, get a capture latch, which he did very nicely.
Well, thanks a lot, Leo Krupp and Terry Drinkwater there riding with you in the mock-up command module. We'll be seeing more of you, of course, as the spacecraft comes back to Earth later on, early next week, I should say, in 5 more days. Now they will fire the ascent engine of the lunar module, send it off into a high orbit a little later on as they detach it from the command module and continue the very successful flight of Apollo 9. This is Walter Cronkite, CBS News Space Center, New York.
This has been a CBS News special report. The flight of Apollo 9. Brought to you by Western Electric, manufacturing and supply unit of the Bell System, as part of our continuing coverage of important news events. Next Apollo update on the CBS Evening News with Walter Cronkite.
Lunar module passed all its tests with flying colors. ABC science editor Jules Bergman has the story.
Apollo 9 chalked up its most important and difficult triumph today with the flawless rendezvous and docking of the lunar module and the Apollo command module. Early this morning, astronauts McDivitt and Schweikert undocked the LM from the command module and fired their small thrusters to fly up and above Apollo 9. For their first orbital test, they moved out to a distance of 48 miles and did a small burn. Then, increasing their speed, they came within 3 miles of the command module. The LEM was performing without a hitch, and the astronauts then fired the LEM's descent engine, hurling themselves 100 miles out. After jettisoning the descent engine, they fired the LEM's ascent engine for the first time, simulating a takeoff from the lunar surface, and then moved in for the all-critical rendezvous and docking. With McDivitt and Schweikert guiding the lunar landing bug and Dave Scott in the command module, Spider and Gumdrop maneuvered in for rendezvous. But before the docking, the two spacecraft spent almost half an hour flying side by side. After the docking, McDivitt and Schweikert then prepared to float back from the LM through the connecting tunnel back to the command module and Dave Scott before jettisoning the bug, the final step in the long and arduous procedure of rendezvous and docking. Finally, the LEM was jettisoned, and its ascent engine fired remotely, hurling the bug into a new orbit 4,000 miles high. The gawky lunar landing craft had proven itself in space, from start to finish a complete success, as it has to be if American astronauts are to safely land and take off from the moon this summer. 5 more days remain in the Apollo 9 mission, but the key questions have already been answered. The lunar landing craft has proven itself space-worthy. Both its descent and ascent engines performed flawlessly, and the critical maneuvers of rendezvous and docking were so precise they looked easy. A manned landing on the lunar surface this summer has now moved a giant step closer to reality. This is Jules Bergman reporting.
Our next progress report on the flight of Apollo 9 is scheduled on tomorrow night's ABC Weekend News.
Astronauts today completed the most dangerous and dramatic of all the jobs assigned them, separating the lunar landing ship from the command spacecraft, flying it more than 100 miles away, and then flying it back to dock with the command module. There were a few anxious moments in the 6.5-hour exercise at the beginning when the men had trouble freeing the lunar landing craft, and at the end when the two ships were joined again. The test began with some difficulty in opening the latch joining the ships.
Okay, we seem to be hanging. It seems like the probe's out, the capture latches haven't released. Yeah, that's what it looks like. We're pretty stable here. I wonder what's wrong with it. Houston, got any suggestions?
We're copying all that, Gumdrop Spider. Stand by.
Okay, you're free. free?
Roger.
What did you do?
Oh, I went back to the old memory and did a cycle on the switch, and you look like you're free.
Okay, great.
Once free, the two ships gradually separated until they were 113 miles apart. 6 hours after the start of the exercise, the two spacecraft were ready to dock.
Okay. They're lined up. Okay, why don't you do it? I can't tell what it is. We're free now.
Good show, Spider.
Roger, onboard fuel reading 65 and 65. Make it 55 and 55.
Roger, reading 55, 55. Thank you, Rusty.
Retract.
You get the latches?
Hang on.
Good. Whew, I haven't heard a song like that in a long time.
Well, it's a very nice docking.
Dave, that wasn't a docking, that was a high test.
Okay, Houston, we're locked up.
It sounds like you passed it 2010, Jim. That sounded real beautiful. Good show.
Tonight, McDivitt and Schweikert were back in the command module. They had crawled through the narrow tunnel connecting the lunar landing ship with the command craft. The lunar ship was cut loose, and soon after, ground controllers sent aloft a signal which set the lunar ship on fire and sent it thousands of miles out into space. After today's successful docking, General Samuel Phillips, the Apollo program director, looked ahead. NBC News correspondent Roy Neal talked with Phillips about the flight of Apollo 10.
Well, the mission that we've been equipping and training to carry out with Apollo 10 is a flight to the moon with the entire spacecraft, just as Jim McDivitt and his crew has been flying it for these last 4 days. To enter lunar orbit, to separate the lunar module, to have it descend down to about 50,000 feet above the surface, then carry out the rendezvous maneuver, and, of course, leave the LEM in lunar orbit and come back home. So it's a trip to the moon with the full spacecraft, but without a landing.
General, to interrupt for a moment, could that spacecraft land on the moon on 10?
That lunar module, as it is now on the vehicle and as it will be rolled to the pad next Monday, is not fully equipped for a landing.
Why not?
It's been our plan for a long time now, Roy, to carry out at least 2 operations with the full spacecraft before we commit ourselves to a landing.
The mission of Apollo 9 is not over, but whatever remains to be done is routine, and the spacecraft is scheduled to splash down off Bermuda next Thursday morning. David?
James Earl Ray, charged.
Good evening. America stands one vital step closer tonight to landing men on the moon, as the Apollo 9 astronauts, for the first time today, separated the lunar landing craft from the command ship and put it through its paces. Here's a report from David Shumacher at CBS News Space Headquarters in New York.
There were a few bad minutes, about 30 of them, in fact, waiting for news first that the LEM really was on its way back, and then for confirmation of docking. In all, there was enough drama for everyone, especially for the astronauts, who were in more danger than most people realized. McDivitt and Schweikert climbed into the LEM early just to be sure they'd be ready on time. Dave Scott threw the switch. It didn't work at first, but then suddenly they were free. Never before had astronauts been in a spacecraft that could not return to Earth. As they fired their engines to drop back, McDivitt and Schweikert knew they eventually would have to re-rendezvous with the command module, or they were lost. The first step, at a point about 100 miles back, was to put on the brakes and drop the descent stage of the LEM. Separating the LEM worked better than separating from the command ship.
Okay, the staging went okay. We're staged. However, Gumdrop can't find us in his optics any longer, and we may have knocked out our tracking light. The Gumdrop Spider. Our staging works better than your undocking. You went up on me.
Spider, you better wait till you get back before you start that.
You haven't heard me say anything.
McDivitt and Schweikert felt a little better now, although they were still worried about the docking mechanism. They fired a brief burst of their ascent engine, and then they were on their way back in. Suddenly, an unexpected problem. the glare of the sun blinding McDivitt so he could not see the COAS, the gun sight that helps line up the ships for docking.
I just can't see the darn COAS. I can't tell what my attitude is. Yeah. Okay, I'm lined up in translation, but I can't tell what my attitude is, Dave. If I don't see it, well, there it is, there. Now you're coming in. That's good, looking better. There you go. I think you got a handle on it now. I have capture. Very good. Good. Whew, I haven't heard a song like that in a long time. That was a very nice docking. That was a docking. That was a high test. Okay, Houston, we're locked up.
An elated McDivitt has offered to buy everyone a beer, and you can be sure there will be plenty of celebrating tonight everywhere that men and women have been working on the lunar mission for the past 8 years. For now, the United States has tested all the equipment and procedures needed to land a man on the moon. Chances for a midsummer spectacular suddenly look very good indeed. David Shoemaker, CBS News, Space Headquarters, New York.
Because of bad weather in the Apollo 9 preferred recovery area off Bermuda, space agency officials are considering tonight cutting short the mission by 1 day and bringing the astronauts back to Earth Wednesday instead of Thursday. The decision's expected to be made tomorrow morning. Meantime, the astronauts jockeyed their spaceship into a more favorable orbit today, just in case any emergency re-entry is necessary. The three had lots of time to chat with ground control in Houston, and in a lighter moment, got filled in on their horoscopes for the day. McDivitt and Scott are Geminis, and Schweikert is a Scorpio. Here's the conversation.
9 Houston. Go. Hey, while you're eating your lunch there, I might read to you what the astrologers say about your day. This is for both Jim and Dave. You must learn to listen well. Don't get into any disagreements today, and group activity is preferable tonight. Well, we'll try. We'll try, Ron. Okay. Hey, is 3 considered a group? Stand by. This is Rusty's. Be selective in choosing your friends. Get any new scheme moving promptly. I got a new scheme moving promptly this morning. Okay. I think he may have a little trouble choosing his friends for a couple of days. That's all right.
In 2 South Carolina counties, authorities today began the second phase of a Nixon administration.
Apollo 9 astronauts fired their main engine today and lined their spaceship up for Thursday's return to Earth. The astronauts were relaxed and cheerful and joked with ground control. Commander Lloyd Booker was back on the stand today. Weathermen today predicted conditions will improve in the Atlantic Ocean, and space officials still are planning to bring the Apollo 9 astronauts down 200 miles southwest of Bermuda Thursday morning. Today, astronauts McDivitt, Scott, and Schweikert took more pictures of the Earth and twice spotted the Pegasus satellite, which was sent into orbit 4 years ago to detect small meteors. Many Negroes feel that black...
The weather is still a question mark for Thursday's landing of the Apollo 9. There's quite a storm out south of Bermuda where splashdown is planned, and the helicopter carrier Guadalcanal is standing by. But weathermen, both at the Manned Space Center and aboard the Guadalcanal, say it should clear sufficiently for a safe splashdown. If it doesn't, they can still shift the landing point to a calmer area. But a look at what it is like aboard the Guadalcanal, here is CBS News correspondent Murray Thompson.
On the Guadalcanal, the days of waiting have been reduced to hours, and the job its men have been sent to do will begin when Apollo 9 splashes down. The fate of the astronauts hinges on the performance of this ship. Choppy seas and high winds have given the Guadalcanal a roller coaster ride which could affect that performance. All has not gone well in the recovery drills. The rolling seas have been troublesome. The frogmen have been bothered by too much wind one day, the helicopter pilots by too little the next. A frogman lost an aqualung and another ran out of air. Several of the frogmen were exhausted, chasing the spacecraft that tossed uncontrollably on top of the waves. 3 flotation collars were lost, as well as 2 sea anchors and a life raft. For an unexplained reason, the space agency is using different rafts than those in previous recoveries. These are lighter, less stable, more difficult to handle. NASA officials ordered several new rafts and other equipment to be flown from Bermuda to replace that which was lost. The helicopters have been plagued with a series of maintenance problems, some minor, but others important enough to require the replacement of an engine. Nevertheless, the space agency's senior representative aboard foresees no significant problems. Murray Thompson, CBS News, aboard the USS Guadalcanal.
The Apollo 10 was moved today from the giant vehicle assembly building to its launch pad 3.5 miles away. It's scheduled in mid-May to take a lunar landing craft to within 10 miles of the moon. With the success of Apollo 9, there's a slim chance that Apollo 10 might be skipped in order to go ahead with Apollo 11, in which men will actually land on the moon. In France, millions of workers taking no chances on a possible foul-up caused by bad weather, the space agency today switched the prime recovery area for tomorrow's splashdown of Apollo 9. The astronauts have been ordered to stay in space 1 extra orbit, that's some 90 minutes, so they'll be landed 480 miles south of the storm-racked main splashdown area off Bermuda. Splashdown now should come at 12 noon Eastern Time. President Nixon...
The Apollo 9 spacecraft returns to Earth tomorrow, later than scheduled, and at a new site. There is bad weather in the original landing zone near Bermuda. So the astronauts will stay up 1 additional orbit and land at 1 minute past noon Eastern Time in fairly smooth waters near Grand Turk Island in the Bahamas. NBC News will present continuous television coverage of the splashdown and recovery beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Here is part of the conversation as ground communicator Stuart Rusa told Apollo Commander James McDivitt that the carrier Guadalcanal would reach the new landing zone in time.
Okay, Jim, I just got the word here. There's no doubt about the ship being at 152-1.
Okay, very good. Have it bring all the good weather it can with it.
All right, or leave all the bad weather where it is, I guess would be the best way.
Yeah, that's even better.
The waves were 4 feet, the swells were 14 feet, and the ceiling was 2,000 feet, and visibility 7 miles. Wind blowing 26 knots.
Wow, I don't think anybody up here is good enough sailor for that.
Raj, and I believe everybody here agrees with that.
The Reverend Theodore Hesburgh.
9 astronauts are now in the 9th day of their flight, and everything continues to go well in space. However, there are problems because of weather here on Earth. ABC science editor Jules Bergman reports.
With 12-foot seas and high winds roughing up the planned splashdown area 200 miles south of Bermuda, the space agency today moved the landing point. To avoid the stormy weather, the prime recovery vessel, the helicopter carrier Guadalcanal, was sent steaming southward at high speed. Apollo 9 will now fly one extra orbit, 152 revolutions in all, thus carrying its path further south. So astronauts Jim McDivitt, Dave Scott, and Rusty Schweikert will now land about 300 miles north of Puerto Rico. Calm seas and light winds are predicted. And as spacecraft commander Jim McDivitt commented, hey, let's go there. And they will. All well aboard Apollo 9. It's ironic that after 10 days in space, perilously testing the lunar bug, the weather threatened to become a major problem on Apollo 9. This is Jules Bergman reporting.
ABC will cover the splashdown of the Apollo 9 astronauts beginning at 11 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. I'll have more news.
Good evening. The 3 Apollo 9 astronauts are safely aboard the helicopter carrier Guadalcanal tonight. A pinpoint splashdown in the Atlantic, 300 miles north of Puerto Rico, climaxed their 10-day space mission. Here's how the recovery went.
Visually inside.
A report from the command post on the ship that it is 3 miles. 3 miles away. Not the closest landing by a spacecraft, but very accurate indeed. The Guadalcanal has talked to the astronauts inside their spacecraft by radio. And as the loudspeaker on the ship just announced to the crew, the astronauts are in good shape. The Recovery 3 helicopter is just over the spacecraft now. That's the main recovery helicopter, the first team. The spacecraft is in the water. In the water, 1 minute after noon in the Atlantic. And there's the helicopter.
That splashdown exactly on the second.
Piloted by the...
We've never seen this before. We've never had such a close-up. We actually watched the hatch open.
First out, the man in the center couch, Command Module pilot Dave Scott. Lonesome Dave, who flew that gumdrop all alone while his friends went off in the LEM. He'll be the luckiest of the 3 in what will soon become a very wet recovery. Downdraft from the helicopter overhead is beating up that nice calm ocean, and things are about to get considerably worse. Now Rusty Schweikert, the LEM pilot, spacewalker, and rookie of the flight. Schweikert gets into some trouble. Watch what happens when he tries to transfer from one life raft to another. Finally, last man off the spacecraft, Command Pilot Jim McDivitt. You'll see here just about the most remarkable picture yet of an astronaut fresh out of a spaceship. And now the spacemen wave to the Guadalcanal, sure their troubles are at an end. They're wrong. After several misses, frogmen catch the belly Q basket, and astronaut Scott rolls neatly inside. Watch as he takes off for the chopper with dry feet. But Rusty Schweikert isn't so lucky. He goes water skiing. And Jim
McDivitt buys it all, an overturned raft and a ride through the Caribbean surf. It is 3 waterlogged, rubber-legged astronauts who present themselves aboard the aircraft carrier Guadalcanal.
It's been a long time since we left land. And obviously I don't have my sea legs or my land legs either. But it's sure good to be back. Matter of fact, I think you guys kept us here on the Guadalcanal, kept us going the last few days. We heard you had a big cake here, and every night when we were eating our evening meal, we discussed how much of the cake we're going to eat. As a matter of fact, I don't think we ate very much the last couple of days just getting ready for it. We've had a real good time, and I hope we accomplish something worthwhile.
For the next 2 weeks, experts will be analyzing the data from the Apollo 9 flight, and the space agency will announce March 24th whether the Apollo 10 mission will be skipped and replaced with Apollo 11, in which men for the first time will land on the moon. Space agency officials said this is not likely.
Apollo 9 astronauts James McDivitt, David Scott, and Russell Schweickart today put their spacecraft down in the Atlantic off Grand Turk Island at a minute past noon, precisely on schedule and in precisely the right place. In 10 days, they had completed the most dangerous of all the space missions Americans have flown and made the first test of the vehicle which will land men on the moon.
Report to crew is in good shape. And as the loudspeaker on the ship just announced to the crew, the astronauts are in good shape. The Recovery 3 helicopter is just over the spacecraft now. That's the main recovery helicopter, the first team. The spacecraft is in the water. In the water, 1 minute after noon in the Atlantic. And there's the helicopter, Recovery 3, piloted by the commander of the helicopter squadron, Commander George Rankin, Jr.
He's going to be with you.
Almost close enough now to jump in there and virtually touch them. See the frogmen on the outside of the craft.
I think the wind is picked up. Fresh air to breathe for the first time in 10 days. There's somebody coming out. See if we can see through binoculars who it is. One astronaut is sort of took a little tumble into the life raft. He's fine. He's got a yellow life belt around his waist. Oh, now he changed his life raft. I guess the orange one is to drop into when you get out of the hatch, and then you move on to the yellow one to wait to be picked up by the helicopter. Can't see from here which one of the astronauts was the first out. There's the second. And he's out. He's asking directions. He looks like he's got 2 balloons on his. Life raft tipped up on end, but he's fine. He just. One more astronaut still inside the spacecraft, and the frogmen seem to be spending just a moment or two making that orange life raft a bit more stable. Helicopter 54 moving in now and lowering the Billy Pugh net. Now he does. You see about rolling in. He rolled in. Is that Scott? Scott?
There's a message message that's just been relayed here. Aircraft high above, trying to talk to the Guadalcanal to pass on a message from the White House to the astronauts when they arrive on the ship. So perhaps we'll have a phone call from President Nixon, or at least a contact and message of congratulations on their safe arrival back after their historic mission.
The first astronaut has been pulled up into Commander Rankin's helicopter. We think that was Colonel Scott. And the basket is coming down to get the next one. Some of the equipment that these helicopters have in them, electronic equipment for their normal work of anti-submarine detection, has been removed to make more room inside for the astronauts and for the homing device, which locked in and directed them to the spacecraft.
They're running a little bit behind their anticipated schedule, about 45 to 46 minutes after splashdown, and we're certainly towards the end of this rescue as far as getting the astronauts aboard.
We are just about at the end of the pickup. Colonel McDivitt is in the helicopter now. All three astronauts are in the helicopter. Scott first, then Schweikert, now McDivitt. And the helicopter will be coming back to the deck for the welcome ceremony.
And here's Colonel McDivitt, first man out. Schweikert and Scott near them. Ben James, the NASA Public Affairs Officer, at the foot of the stairway. Astronauts are coming out now and chatting with James. They look pretty well. Dr. Jernigan behind them. Taylor's following, healing. Putting them on, though. They're all looking pretty good shape. Smiling, happy, some beards. They're being asked now to step up and say a few words to Jim McDivitt. All caps on. And it says, Guadalcanal, astronaut.
Well, it's certainly been a long time since we left land. And obviously I don't have my sea legs or my land legs either. But it's sure good to be back. Matter of fact, I think you guys kept us here on the Guadalcanal, kept us going the last few days. We heard you had a big cake here, and every night when we were eating our evening meal, we discussed how much of the cake we're going to eat. As a matter of fact, I don't think we ate very much the last couple of days just getting ready for it. We've had a real good time, and I hope we accomplish something worthwhile. The whole space program is made up of just thousands of people. We're just a very small part of it. And you guys are really A number one for us. Thanks to everybody who's helped.
Lieutenant General Samuel Phillips, manager of the Apollo program, said that a decision will be made on March 24th about the next Apollo flight, whether it will orbit the moon only or attempt to land men on the moon. He said he still feels strongly that one more preliminary mission is necessary.
The amazingly successful Apollo 9 mission lasted 241 hours and 53 seconds. Indicating just how successful the mission was is this fact: the splashdown today came just 10 seconds later than originally planned. Details now from ABC Science Editor Jules Bergman.
Just after 12 noon Eastern Time, Apollo 9 descended out of the clouds on all three main chutes and splashed down barely 3 miles away from the recovery vessel, the helicopter carrier Guadalcanal. The ship had steamed all night after the splashdown area was moved to avoid stormy seas. The sunny skies, light winds, and calm seas hardly prepared the astronauts for what happened next.
As Rusty Schweikert transferred from one life raft to another, helicopter downwash flipped the raft into the air, and Schweikert barely missed taking his first bath in 10 days. The chopper pilots were having their problems controlling the rescue cages used to sling the astronauts up to the recovery helicopters. Dave Scott had already been dunked in the Atlantic, then taken a swaying ride up to the helicopter. All this a mere 100 yards away from the carrier. And now it was Schweikert's turn. After failing to catch the cage several times, Schweikert, aided by Navy frogmen, finally made it. And it was a new kind of flying, even for our astronauts. The cage first dipped him into the Atlantic briefly, then he began a man-on-the-flying trapeze journey through the air to the helicopter. After their 10 days in orbit, they'll spend their first night back on Earth aboard the Guadalcanal, then be taken by chopper tomorrow to Eleuthera Island in the Bahamas to get aboard a space agency plane for the flight back to Houston. 11 days of intensive debriefing await them. At Mission Control in Houston, bone-weary controllers were jubilant as they watched the landing on live TV. And as the choppers set down on the Guadalcanal's deck, the red carpet had been rolled out. Below decks, a 350-pound cake awaited the astronauts after 10 days on freeze-dried space food. Spacecraft Commander Jim McDivitt was first out of the chopper. Command Module pilot Dave Scott, who got the worst dunking, had pulled off his dripping socks. And McDivitt had this greeting for the Guadalcanal's crew.
We've had a real good time, and I hope we accomplish something worthwhile. The whole space program is made up of just thousands of people. We're just a very small part of it, and you guys are really #1 for us. Thanks to everybody who's helped.
Swaying on their feet after their 10 days of weightlessness, the three astronauts headed down the deck for a quick physical, a shower and a shave, and a good night's sleep before beginning their trip back to Houston. Next, Apollo 10 on May 17th, an 8-day flight with a lunar bug orbiting the moon for 60 hours, sweeping down as low as 9 miles. Despite some who've called for speeding up, the space agency feels a second manned LEM flight is vital before committing our astronauts to a lunar landing. This is Jules Bergman reporting.
If Apollo 10 is successful, these astronauts and the space agency then will literally shoot for the moon. The Apollo 11 mission, scheduled for July 15th, has as its objective the landing of men on the moon. Apollo 9 astronauts McDivitt, Scott, and Schweikert stopped over at Cape Kennedy today on their way home to Houston and a reunion with their families. At the Cape, where their space flight began, the astronauts were welcomed by workers who are already preparing Apollo 10 for a moon orbit. President Nixon's personal...
The space agency today released some more spectacular film shot by the Apollo 9 astronauts during their 10-day Earth orbital mission. As the film starts, Spider, the lunar landing vehicle, after a moment's trouble, is seen undocking from the command module. The view is from the command module.
Okay, you're free. I'm free? Roger. What did you do? Oh, went back to the old memory and put a cycle on the switch, and you look like you're free. Okay, great. All right, see you. Great. You're the biggest motherfucker to the star I've ever seen. But you're upside down again. Hey, I just thinking one of us isn't right side up. Boy, you got contraptions hanging out all over. So good.
This is the view from the other direction, showing how the command module looked from inside the LEM. You can decide for yourself who's upside down. The command module has re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and the drogue chute opens to break its fall toward the Atlantic. Now the three main chutes open, as seen by the astronauts lying on their backs looking up. A CBS News special report, a view from Apollo 9, will be broadcast later tonight over many of these stations.
David?
The space agency has released some color film of the most complicated maneuver ever made in space. During the Apollo 9 flight, the moon landing ship separated from the command ship and operated on its own for more than 6 hours before they were rejoined. The separation took place on the 5th day of the 10-day flight. The moment of separation is shown in this film taken by astronaut David Scott in the command spacecraft. Astronauts McDivitt and Schweikert were in the moon landing craft. After separation, Scott fired the command ship's thrusters to draw away from the moon landing ship. Later, McDivitt fired the descent engine and pulled away from the command ship. This is a picture of the command ship taken from the moon landing ship. By firing the lunar landing ship's descent engine at various stages, McDivitt and Schweikert eventually reached a point 113 miles away from the command ship. In this film, the 4 legs on the lunar ship are in the position they would be in for an actual landing on the moon. Eventually, the moon landing ship returned to the command ship and completed a successful docking. The purpose of it was to show that astronauts could rejoin the command ship after landing on the moon in the lunar ship.
This is really causing havoc.